Whew, good morning. You know what? I got a headache. Got bad allergies today. Whew. Whoa, Nelly. Whoa, Nelly. Take some Advil. Ooh. Oopsie doopsies. Oh, wait. Oh. I'll wait a few minutes here. I'm on my phone because I need to get something done while I talk to you guys. Oh, my God. Good morning. Hey, Remy. 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 What's going on? Where is my feather mold? I'm trying to remake this person's order here. I gotta find it first. Good morning. Good morning. I really wasn't gonna come live today, but I was listening to something last night and I wanted to talk about that. But also, well, there was a few things. So I'll wait. I'll wait until people come in here. Just a few more of you guys. How is everybody this morning? This lovely, lovely morning. I'm dying from allergy problems. That should be spoken on. What's that, Remy? What are you talking about? There's actually a few things I want to address. What was the blush you said was your favorite? It's a pharmacy brand. Oh, that would be Milani, the baked blushes. They sell them pretty much. I want to say everywhere, but I don't know if they sell Milani in CVS. That I'm not sure of, but I know they have it at Walmart, and actually I know they have it at I think it's Rite Aid, or no, God, I don't know if they even still have Rite Aid. Yeah, Rite Aid. I've seen it in Target. I think their blushes are just fantastic. Fantastic. Actually, what's the brand that they sell in Walmart? Hard Candy. They used to make a really good baked blush too, but I don't think they make it anymore. But yeah, I absolutely love the Milani. If you can't find the Milani one though, they have I'll tell you the specific color that I personally like. Hold on, let me go up in my room real quick and look at my drawer. There's two colors that I really like, but I'll tell you the one that's my favorite. 'Cause I don't know what your skin tone is, so um I have like light medium skin tone. So hold on a second. And this one always looks good on me. It doesn't matter what time of year it is. Like even if I get a little bit of a tan, it looks good. So I got Berry Amore. That's a really nice warm tone if you have like a little darker skin. And then my favorite is Dolce Pink, which is a more, I guess, rosy toned. But if you can't find that and you're in the drugstore, there's another one that's called Delicioso Pink, but it's really pink. Um, and you can't find a blush. I would. It's so funny because I saw this girl that I follow on here. She's like a influencer, and she mentioned this blush that I'm about to tell you about, and I'm like, oh my god, I just mentioned this the other day. It's actually a CoverGirl blush, and it's one of their classic. It's part of their classic collection. It's called Classic Color Blush 590 Soft Mink, and I've been buying this forever, and it's just such a nice blush. So no need to spend money on high-end blushes. There's plenty of good ones in the drugstore. And I have also, if you're looking to spend a little money, because blushes last forever, I mean, uh MAC Mineralized Blush in Warm Soul. That's like one of my favorites. And if I had to compare, hold on here, just want to give you guys a little comparison. I don't know. I think that the Milani Berry Amore is very similar to the MAC Mineralized one. So, yeah. But it's a Milani baked blushes. So, if it has talc in it, don't put it on your face. I don't think it does. I don't think baked blushes have talc, but I can't tell you because they don't have the they don't have the ingredients on the, packaging. When you buy it, the cardboard has the ingredients, so I have no idea what's in it. But I've been using it for years. Oh, the CoverGirl, yeah. So it's soft. What did I just say? Something mink. And I love that blush. It's a little shimmery, so if you're not into shimmery blushes, then you know, don't don't get it. But it's not like sparkly. It's not like overly shimmery. It's just a nice little sheen that it leaves on your face. And if you like matte blushes, Milani also has a line with matte blushes, and they're huge. And I like the one Romantic Rose. So yeah, that's it. You really don't need to spend money on blush. Like, you just don't. You just don't. So I've been using the REM liquid blush. I want to try that. I'm not like big. You know which other one I like? The Milk Makeup. I got it like free. It's like a cream blush. And I like that one too. But I actually like the e.l.f. They have a little, it's their primer putty, like it's the same formula, but it's in, they have blush colors, and I like that blush too. So I didn't like it last year when I tried it, but then I tried it again the other day, and I was like, you know what? This is actually like really pretty. But the thing is with cream blushes, I always end up putting a powder over it. So it kind of defeats the purpose. Because like I have oily skin, and I need to set everything with a powder on my face. So Rare Beauty. Okay. I use I always get that's so funny because I always get those two confused too. I've never tried anything from either one, but one sold at Ulta, which I think is the REM, and Rare Beauty sold at Sephora. So is it at the Mac store? Not like Mac inside Macy's that sells the pans. Yeah, you have to go to the Mac store, the actual Mac store, which mine just closed. I go in the mall one day and I'm like, no, I was like, my Mac store is gone. You know what it was? It was in like a really bad, I don't know. I think it was in a bad spot in the mall, and that's why it didn't do well. First of all, it was right across the hallway from Sephora. Like, why would you do that? And it was the very last store at the end of the hallway, and I just felt like a lot of people forgot it was there. Like, I feel like if they would have put it, because I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like where a store is in the mall definitely will, depend on its success. And like, ever since they opened it, I was just like, this is just a bad spot for this store. Like, I just didn't think it was a good spot because it was kind of like hidden almost. Like, if you didn't know it was there, you wouldn't go there. So I was actually surprised, to be honest, that it stayed open as long as it did. Because, like, you go into Sephora and Sephora is packed, There's always people in Sephora. There's always a line. And then you go in the Mac store and there's like nobody in there ever. Never used to see people in there. So, kind of sucks. But Mac isn't cruelty free anyways. Fuck them. I don't know, dude. I don't know what to believe anymore. Sephora's and Kohl's here now. Yeah, they actually are opening up a lot of Targets are opening up Ultas inside of the Targets, but it's not like the full store. It's mostly just like some of the makeup, but yeah. They used to be chic, but whatever it is, what it is. I mean, a lot of companies used to be. But anyway, all right. So last night, since there's 86 of you in here, might as well start talking about this. I didn't listen to the whole thing, so I don't want to I can't comment on the whole thing. So last night, I was listening to Queen Bee's panel, right? Just a little bit, I didn't have time. I had to go to my son had a game. So, I was like getting dressed and getting ready to go there. And I'm listening to a little bit of her panel. And she had, oh my God, why can't I think of her name? Grandma something shit up on her panel. And at first it was weird. I thought it was Nunya. They sound alike. They have like very similar voices. But it was oh my God, why can't I think of her name right now? Elle's new liquid bronzer stick and liquid blush is super good. Oh, I gotta find that. The contour stick. Really? Grandma Sherry. Thank you, Remy. Thank you. Grandma Sherry. Um, So she came up on Queen's panel last night, and she told the panel that she, was diagnosed with autism. Well, basically Asperger's. And now Asperger's is not a diagnosis anymore. Okay. So it's, they took it out of the DSM in 2013. So, people like Laura that keep using it, it's not really a diagnosis anymore. Now they just call them high functioning, autism, basically level 1 or something like that. And the reason being is because Asperger's, the guy who it's named after, like did horrible fucking shit to children. So sent them to death. Like this is during like the Nazi days. So yeah, they changed the name. So in the DSM, Asperger's isn't even a thing anymore, but people were diagnosed with it. Okay. And so she was kind of explaining, her experience. And I thought it was pretty interesting too, how she got diagnosed with it, because she wasn't diagnosed like as a kid, which I think is pretty common for like older people, right? Like when we were kids, people weren't diagnosed with, I didn't know anybody with autism. When I think back though, there was this one kid in my class who was an extremely intelligent kid, right? In school, but he used to stim, and I didn't know what that was, but he would do like the hand flapping thing. And I don't know if he was diagnosed with that, but like thinking back, all of his characteristics to me line up with somebody who's high functioning autism. When I first read about autism, because we thought that somebody we knew had it, he was the first person I thought of, like just like all his characteristics, all the things that he used to do, the social awkwardness, the stimming. He would literally stim, like he used to flap his hands in class, and sometimes he would just like sit in his seat and he would kind of like rock back and forth, like these self-soothing behaviors. I don't know if he had it, but I thought of him because I just matched up all the characteristics with his behavior, because I went to school with this kid from like kindergarten to high school. And I remember him doing strange things in elementary school and not knowing what it was, and I wonder if he is, but anyway, so she was explaining that she went as an adult, she had like a meltdown or something at work, and I guess they were promoting her or something, and she had like this like kind of meltdown, and she had to go for training, and I guess part of that was going for maybe some type of therapy or something like that, and she ended up being diagnosed with Asperger's, which I just really find interesting, because she got diagnosed as an adult. And it's kind of like me. I went and got diagnosed with ADHD as an adult, and like I did it on my own though. I knew something was wrong with me my whole life. Like I knew something was wrong, I just didn't know what it was. And I started reading about certain things that issues that I have, and the more I read about them, it pointed me to ADHD. So I went, I was seeing a therapist, and I asked if he could evaluate me for it, and it was like, holy shit, my whole life makes sense now, like everything, because I really like, not that I always thought something was wrong with me. I did in a sense, but like I really couldn't sit still. When I was a kid, it was very hard for me. Like I would get really bad anxiety and feel like I just wanted to fucking cry when I was forced to sit still. And I felt like, I don't know, it was very hard growing up in school. If I wasn't interested in something, I just like zoned out. I was always like zoned out all the time in school, like I was in my own world, not paying attention. And I know a lot of kids do that. But the hyperactivity was a problem. Like my family actually used to make fun of me because I couldn't sit still ever. Like they would be like, sit still. Like I'd be telling them a story and I'd have to be like kicking my feet or like just moving constantly. Like I just couldn't sit still. And they all used to like make fun of me. And now looking back, it's like, well, there was something wrong with me. So you were making fun of me. I couldn't help it, you know? so there was a bunch of things. And then, as an adult, it turned into me not being able to uh, stay organized, which is really a huge problem. Constantly losing things, um, having trouble with, finances, like paying bills and being places on time and remembering schedules and important things. So it evolved in adulthood, and that's when it really started to affect my life more, because I went right before I had Jesse, because I was like, I got to get my shit together. I'm having a kid, so I need to know what's wrong with me. I didn't start taking medication or anything, but it definitely helped me to know that there's a diagnosis there, there's something there. And now I could look at other ways to kind of help myself, as an adult. So, um, so yeah, but yeah, me too, Jackson. It's still kind of hard. Oh yeah, OCD is hard. I was also told by my therapist that I have a form of OCD, but not like the typical form. I don't know. But anyway, um, so all right. So with that said, though, she was kind of explaining some of the difficulties that she had, in adulthood and growing up and the things like that. One of the things that she said, and I feel like, and I thank the person who stuck up for me. I want to say it was heels in the air, but I'm not 100% sure. So don't come for me if I get this wrong. But one of the things that she said was that with autistic people, I don't want to say she was defending Capone, okay? Because I was like, if you weren't in here yesterday, I played some of Laura's live, and her whole big excuse was that, Capone's autistic, and that's why he goes into chats, and, it's his autism. She blamed all of his behavior on his autism. And while I do think that, some of it could be obviously due to that, maybe some of the compulsions and the obsessions and whatever, the impulsive behavior, sure. But I could say the same thing for myself, because there's a lot of overlapping similarities between ADHD and autism, right? So, in fact, people often get misdiagnosed between the two. But anyway, she's like, not autism, but what they call Asperger's, right? High functioning autism. So anyway, so she was like, smoking weed in school didn't help. No, definitely didn't help me. I smoked every morning. I smoked every day, all day in school. A little. So anyway, so all right, so I'm getting off track. See, there's the ADHD, but she was basically saying that Capone's behavior and some of it can be due to the autism, and she was like, nobody, if you don't specifically tell somebody that has autism, like their behavior is wrong and why it's wrong, then they won't do it. And I think it was Heels in the Air. She kind of stuck up for me, and I think it was Heels. I'm pretty sure it was. And she was like, Makeup Mobster, and she's right in saying this, okay? Makeup Mobster has let Capone, come into the chat, and he has disrupted my chat how many times, right? And I've let him come in here. And I have gone into great detail trying to explain to this guy why his behavior is wrong. I have. I know I have, and I'm thankful that she recognized that. He has come in here, and I have told him a lot of times, even the way Laura treats him, like she's taking advantage of this guy. Let's just be real. She knows that there's something wrong. She's fully acknowledged it yesterday. Okay. She knows that there's something wrong with this guy. Not only is she taking advantage of him, but she's completely enabling his behavior, because I don't believe that she sits there and tells him not to do these things, because by her accepting, right? And if she really cared about this guy, she would do these things, right? By her accepting the screenshots that he's constantly getting for her. I mean, because it's obviously an obsession, right? He knows Laura's targets. He knows who she's fighting with. So he goes around and he gets screenshots of every single person's thing. So none of us who have issues with Laura could go speak freely and openly in a chat about her, because he's watching you everywhere you go. Everywhere you go. For instance, okay, yesterday was a great example. Queen Bee was in my chat and left a comment, okay? And her comment got screenshot by you know, him or one of those people. But by her accepting those screenshots, she's basically telling him that his behavior is okay, you know? Instead of telling him, listen, dude, I don't want the screenshots anymore. Okay. Don't waste your time doing this, you know? I mean, because this guy is putting an exorbitant amount of time, let's just be honest, into doing this. Like, because it's not just me, it's not just Queen Bee, it's anybody that Laura's had issues. So we got Anastasia, who comes in my chat, who was a Patreon of Laura's. It's Anastasia. We got Huck that comes in chat, who was a Patreon of Laura's. Huck's, you know, comments are being screenshot everywhere she goes, every chat she goes in. Okay. Then you got anybody who's left Laura's camp, okay, who talks about Laura, their comments get screenshotted. And then there's a whole host of people who aren't or never were, you know, friends with Laura, but it might be friends with me. Like, let's just say Beefers, you know, her comments will get screenshot. Purple Rain's comments will be screenshot. So it's like, I was extremely nice to this guy, dude. Like when he was in here, and I think, you know, I don't think he's a bad person. I do think some of it is, and that's what Grandma Sherry was kind of explaining yesterday. It's kind of like this wanting to fit in thing, because people with autism do feel so, do find it so hard to. Laura's so fucking high on Adderall, she can't even fucking think straight. You're so right, Queen. I mean, I think that it's having a adverse effect on her brain. You know, all right. Anyway, so Grandma Sherry was basically saying, and Queen, I got to give you props too, because you were kind of like, so get to the point. Like, you weren't being mean about it, but you were just like, you wanted to know exactly what she was trying to say, you know, and I did too, because I was like, I want to understand what she's saying here, because I look at somebody like Grandma Sherry, and then I look at somebody like Capone, and I'm like, I don't know Grandma Sherry all that great, but I've never seen her do the things that he does, you know? And she was trying to say, like, it might be like that whole, like, trying to fit in thing. And, you know, I don't want to say she was making excuses for him, because that's not what it was, but she was kind of, I guess, trying to make sense of his behavior, you know? But, I mean, come on, dude. This guy has to know that what he's doing is right and wrong. And I was like really pissed when I was listening to Laura make these fucking excuses for him yesterday. I mean, you know, dude, if he knows, here, let me give you an example. Okay. If he knows that it's wrong for people in Laura's chat to talk about Laura's kids, okay, and say things about her children, why would he come in my chat constantly and say negative things about my children? Okay. Because the same guy gets angry about people saying something about Laura's children, even if it's not like derogatory, even if it's not something directed at Laura's children. For instance, like me saying, okay, Laura, why are you telling people where your kids are going to school? That's so fucking stupid. Why would you tell a bunch of strangers on the internet where your daughter is going to college? Like, sorry, I think that's stupid. You don't know who's watching. You don't know what kind of crazy fuck is watching, what kind of creepy fuck. Alicia just sent me a link to this guy's channel the other day, and bro, the dude's creepy as fuck, okay? Saying really perverted, weird shit. Like, I don't want somebody like that knowing anything about me or my family, you know? But he'll take that and he'll go run and tell Laura, oh, Mika Mobster was talking about your kids, but I really wasn't talking badly about her children. I was talking about her stupidity. It just involved her children's safety, you know? So then Laura will go live and she'll be like, oh, people talking about my kids, but really they weren't. So if he understands that in his head, he thinks that that's bad about somebody talking about Laura's kids, then he has to know that it's also bad if you come in my chat and talk about my kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he recognizes these things for Laura, and he sits there defending Laura all the time, then he knows that the things that he's defending are bad, even when he's doing them to other people, right? Like, if somebody doxes Laura, he gets upset about it, but it's okay for him to go dox people. You see what I'm saying? So that the excuse just doesn't go for me. It doesn't fly for me with his autism. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. He knows right from wrong. He knows that he knows the general rules here on YouTube, right? Like the unspoken rules that, you know, there's just certain things we shouldn't say or do. He knows them when they apply to Laura, you know, when they're against Laura. But then you're telling me he doesn't understand the same for me and everybody else on this platform? I mean, he said some pretty fucked up shit in my chat. And you guys know me, I really don't block people unless they're just being completely ignorant or, I mean, like, and I'm talking saying some really fucked up shit, Um, but I don't easily, hey, what are you doing? Get off there. Fucking chewing my couch. Um, sorry to scream in everybody's ear. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, he knows the difference between right and wrong. So the fucking, Asperger's autistic excuse for me when it comes to him, it just doesn't work because it's a total contradiction. He knows in certain instances when it's wrong, only when it's, applies to Laura. That doesn't make any sense, dude, to me. Who the heck is he to her anyway? A weapon. Yeah. And Laura, and I've always felt this, like she's like uses this guy, and I even went into great detail explaining this to him in my chat several times when he's come in here, especially when mine and Laura's friendship first, broke apart. I told him, I said, Capone, do me a favor. Okay. Stop sending Laura screenshots and giving her information on everybody else and see how long that friendship lasts. Okay. Like I tried to explain to him that Laura's just using him, and he just doesn't seem to understand that. He's very loyal to her, I have to run into work, but thank you for talking about this. No problem, Remy. Have a good day at work. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna go post this shit Capone says about kids in my community tab so people can see just how nasty his ass is. I mean, dude, he comes in here and he's always talking about my kid and always talking about my husband. And if I said something about Laura's kid, he would flip out. If I said something about, well, Laura doesn't have a husband, but let's just say one of her fucking baby daddies, he would flip out. So he knows the difference between right and wrong. He knows it's wrong to talk about people's kids. You can't tell me that he only thinks it's wrong to talk about Laura's kids and then it's okay to talk about everybody else's kids. That just doesn't jive with me. Most people that are, have Asperger's, they're also highly intelligent. So, and again, I don't even know if this guy actually has Asperger's. Like, that's a whole other thing, part of this. Like, just because he said he did or Laura says he does, I don't know. I never heard it out of his mouth. I've never heard him saying it. I've only ever heard Laura saying it. I've heard his voice before in Laura's voice chats in her Discord. And, there's something wrong with him, clearly. But, like, and I'm not saying, like, that came out wrong, Asperger's. That doesn't mean something's wrong with you. Like, you're a bad person. I'm saying there's something different about him. Okay. You could just kind of hear it in his voice. He kind of like mumbles to himself. But in my opinion, people with Asperger's, it's a social, thing. It's a social problem, right? And that to me occurs more in person because I've watched a lot of videos here and heard from a lot of people with Asperger's that they, online is different because they're not actually sitting in front of other people. You know what I'm saying? They still obviously have some of the same issues, but it's a little different when you're not actually sitting in front of people, and communicating with them because one of the things they struggle with is just like making eye contact with people, And I said this yesterday too. This is another point I brought up and it's true. His view on things, because people with, autism and high functioning autism don't really pick up on social cues, like Laura said, but also they don't understand metaphorical speech, right? So like you could be speaking metaphorically about Laura in an instance, right? And he's taking it the wrong way. And Laura's trusting this, And I'm not saying he's wrong for taking it the wrong way. It's part of his disorder. But like, if you're going to use that as an excuse, then it has to work all around, Laura. The whole way around it has to work, right? So like you maybe should start questioning some of the things that he tells you because his perception is fucked up because of what he has. You know what I'm saying? Like he might be perceiving things wrong because of what he has, which is a big part of Asperger's, right? Is their perception of things. They don't understand metaphors, they don't understand social cues. So, you taking information from somebody like that and using it against people, because he does get a lot of shit wrong. He always has. Even when I was friends with her, I remember she would call me up and she would find something out, right? She'd be like, oh, Capone told me X, Y, and Z. And I'd be like, yeah, Laura, that's not really the way it went down though. And I would have to correct her. Or she would go live based on some information that he told her. And then I would go in her live stream and I'd hear her talking and I'd be like, yeah, Laura, that's not really the way it went down though. Like I'd always have to correct it, you know, because it's like the game of telephone, you know what I'm saying? But there's a person who's got a perception problem in between, who is like really twisting things sometimes. I'm not saying all the time, but a lot of the time the information was wrong. I mean, I've had conversations with other people about this because I'm like, you know, why does this guy get everything so wrong all the time? He gives Laura this information and the information's not even fucking correct, you know, because he might not understand what we're saying. But the bullshit about, oh, well, just ignore him. I'm not fucking ignoring anybody that comes into my chat talking about my kid, okay, or my husband. I'm not fucking ignoring shit when it comes to that, Laura. And I don't have to, you know? Fuck that shit. So, you know, I could use the same excuse. Oh, I have ADHD, so you know what? I have problems with impulse control. And you know, I could go around just saying the most horrible shit to people and it's okay, right? Just ignore me. No, fuck that shit. The guy goes around starting dumpster fires everywhere. I've even explained to him that what he's doing to Laura, okay, like I've gone in great detail to explain to this guy why his behavior is wrong, you know, because that was one of the things Grandma Sherry was saying. And I'm not putting Grandma Sherry down in any way, shape, or form. Like I really do appreciate her, you know, her talking about this because a lot of people don't understand it, you know, but I've explained to this guy in great detail why he, you know, is wrong and why the shit that he does is wrong and why Laura is wrong for allowing it and how Laura is not a good friend to him. And he just, you know, he don't want to hear it. He don't want to hear it. So how much further do you go after that? You know? And they're like, oh, just block him. I do block him. I actually do. You know, he got blocked in here the other day. I let him come in here all the time and disrupt my chat all the time. But he got blocked the other day. I don't even remember exactly why. I don't know if he was like threatening to dox somebody or something. So I just blocked his ass. I blocked it. I was like, I'm not dealing with this shit. I don't know if it had something to do with Tropical Gal or whatever, but I was like, no, you're not going to come in here and do this shit. So, you know, but then I'll go and unblock him and I'll let him come back in. I mean, he's had several chances in my chat over the years, over the last 2 years that I haven't been friends with Laura. And he really doesn't even deserve those chances. But I've given him to him because I do keep in mind that he does have a disorder. You know, I do keep that in mind. But it's not an excuse to go around being a total shitbag to everybody, you know, and it's Laura's job, okay, since he looks up to Laura so much, it's Laura's job to kind of steer this guy in the right direction. I mean, she straight out said yesterday that it's like her son, right? He's like a son to her. So you know what, Laura, would you let your kid go around doing what he does? Or would you explain to him, would you sit your kid down and explain to him, hey, you know, this isn't how you treat other people. Okay. This isn't what you do. You're not doing me any favors. So please don't do anything on my behalf. She doesn't do that though. As much as she wants to make everybody believe she does, she doesn't do that. What's her excuse for not ignoring comments in her chat? I don't know. I don't know. It was making everyone uncomfortable because he wouldn't stop talking about your son. Yeah, that's probably what it was. He was probably talking about my son and it was making people uncomfortable. I know there was another troll chat in here, account, I mean, and so it could have been that account. I'm getting confused, but you know, he's gotten blocked in here several times because he won't stop talking about something. And even when we ask him kindly and explain to him why he shouldn't be talking about that, okay, he still does it. So, you know, he knows what he's doing at that point. I mean, come on. You could only explain something to somebody so many times until it's like, give me a break. I don't feel bad for the guy. I'm sorry. Does Laura use him for his disability or attempt to weaponize his disability by encouraging him to do the stuff he does? I think she weaponizes him. I think it's both, honestly. It's a little bit of both. She uses him, you know, because he's got a great memory. She said it yesterday. She's like, I could ask him. And she has straight up told me in private, okay, yeah, Laura, I'm revealing private parts of our conversation. But she has told me that she's afraid of him leaving her because like he's the one who gives her all the information. So like if he up and leaves her, she's scared of that because, you know, he gives her, she has no memory clearly. Okay. Laura can't even remember if she wiped her ass this morning when she took a shit. Let's just be honest, you know? So do you think she's going to remember, you know, what was said in 2019? No, that's why she has him around, because he's the one who remembers all this shit. And he's the one who tells her everything. So she's afraid of losing that. That's why she allows him to be around. You know, she uses him. And that's what I tried to explain to him once. I'm like, dude, you're being used. Like, don't give Laura screenshots for a week. See what happens. See how much attention you get from her. Because like everybody in Laura's camp has a purpose, okay? Every single person in there has a purpose. They all have a purpose. And I realized that when that's pretty much what ended my friendship with Laura. For you guys that weren't here, okay? Let me just explain this real quickly. There was a few things, but one of the main things was that Laura had a Patreon who had supported her for years, okay? This person. And when I mean supported her, it wasn't just like this girl, you know, joined her Patreon at the lowest tier. This girl is like a high tier Patreon, paid her, super chatted her nonstop all the time. And she was a really nice girl. Okay. The girl was going through something. She had just lost, I think it was her sister. Okay. At the time, she was like really going through some serious shit. She was having like a lot of, you know, issues. And I guess in Laura's mind, the girl was like acting out. So I was on the phone with her one day and she's telling me that, you know, this person was in her Discord, and she's like, she's ruining my Discord with her problems, you know, and she's like, people aren't in there for her. They're in there for me. And I'm like, wow, Laura, like, because I don't know, I kind of look at my Discord, right, as like a place where women could connect with each other and support each other. They're not all in there just because for me. I'm barely fucking in there. You know, they're in there for each other. I know that. You know, those women that are in my Discord right now that talk to each other, those women are in there because of each other. You know, and I know that. And that's why I created it. It's a place for women, you know, to talk to each other and support each other. But Laura thinks that everybody's in her Discord for her. So she was like, you know, this person's ruining my Discord. So she fucking calls this meeting, okay? This like mandatory mod meeting or Discord meeting, whatever the fuck it was. And she like totally puts this girl on blast. You know, like telling her that, you know, I made a separate room for you. Like I felt like it was like, Laura, you gonna make her sit in the back of the bus because she has some going through something right now? Like, what the fuck? She's like, I made an emotional room for people that are having problems. So like, I was like, wow, dude, that is so fucked up. Like, I don't know what she wants. I don't know if she just wants everybody in there discussing how great she is or what her purpose is of her Discord. But I was like, wow, dude, like that's so fucked up. I just couldn't believe how you were there, Nana, you were there. You know, like I couldn't believe how insensitive she was to what this girl was going through and how ugly she was towards it and like how she outcasted the girl. And I don't mean to be laughing, but I'm like, you almost have to in this situation because it's like, I can't believe you treat people like that, especially somebody who's been so supportive of you, you know? And I know it wasn't even really about that because the girl had made a not, I don't even want to say a negative comment about Laura, but the girl had made like a comment basically just disagreeing with something that Laura was currently doing at that time. And that was what she was really upset about. But she had to search for another excuse to like throw this girl under the bus. It was really bad. It was terrible, you know? So that was like one of the reasons why I stopped talking to her because I was like, dude, like you are so fucked up the way you treat people, you know, people that support you. And she's made comments over the years to me when we were friends, you know, just like these colored comments that just didn't sit right with me. You know, like for instance, she would say, "Oh, I need people to step up their super chats because I need to pay my rent." You know, like, and I'm like, oh, like you just look at people like they're numbers, dude, like their money, their dollar signs. You know what I'm saying? Like you really don't fucking care about people. And what makes me any different? You know, mm. When you see somebody talking about other people like that, then you know that they also see you that way. You know, like you don't just look at certain people like that. You look at everybody like that. everybody has a purpose for you, you know? So when you hear somebody saying these types of things about people, it just keeps reiterating in your brain that you're like, okay, like one comment here and there, fine. But like when there's like 20 comments that you've been thinking about that this person has made to give you the clue that, you know, they don't really give a shit about people, like what makes me think that they give a shit about me? You know, I don't think she actually gave a shit about me. I don't know what use I had for her. I mean, I kind of do, but you know, I feel like Laura used me a lot because she knew that I was respected, you know, so she thought that by hanging out with me, she would be respected. I guess. I don't know. But it's just gross. Hold on. Orange butterfly. That right there is what pisses me off as far as Laura acting like we should just leave him alone because of autism. No, someone with high functioning autism can and should be held accountable. And I know there was like an argument years ago because look, I hate to use her, okay, but Republican Ash, she comes in here every once in a while and she has autism. She's been very open about it, okay? And I personally have talked on the phone with Ash and I've had to explain things to her, you know, and I've had to like break things down to her. Like there's been times where she didn't understand certain things that were happening or people were saying, you know, so I had to kind of like explain it to her in layman's terms to help her understand why people were upset with like maybe her behavior, you know. So I personally never chose to take the path of fighting with her because I understand her developmental issues. Like, you know, I understand her situation. And so I would never fight with her like that because she has that disorder. Okay. At the same time, though, I've never seen Ash this do anything like what this guy does, you know? Like I've never seen it. I've never seen her do anything like this. This guy is just ugly and vicious and, you know, really, really bad. Some of the things that he says. And I do take into consideration that he has this, you know, developmental disorder, which is why I let him come in here and talk. And I don't, you know, I don't get too fucking mean with him, but you know, you could only tell somebody so many times, like, dude, stop mentioning my kid. You know, if you have an issue with me and the things that I say about Laura, fine. You know, but my husband don't come on here. My kid don't come on here. You don't need to be talking about them, Capone. You don't need to be stalking my social media that I don't share on here. Okay. And then telling everybody about it. That's fucking weird, dude. And I've told him so many times and he still doesn't get it. And it just doesn't make sense because I've heard Laura saying shit like that. And he agrees with Laura when she says it. So I know that he knows the difference between right and wrong, the guy. It's enough with the excuses. Yeah, Dari, it was sick. An emotional room. She was like, you know, people are here for me. They joined my Patreon for me or my Discord. And I'm like, no, I don't think so, Laura. Like, if you think that, you're kind of delusional. You know, like if you really think that people are joining your Discord because of you specifically, I think you need a fucking wake up call. Because like even listening to a little bit of Burnt Toast chat last night, they were talking about Uni. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but they were talking about the whole thing with Uni Rock, and I guess he had like a mass exodus in his Discord. A lot of people left, right? And those people, the guy that was up on panel was basically explaining that like a lot of people didn't want to leave, and the reason that those people don't want to leave is not because of Uni Rock. You know, you're delusional if you think it is. The reason they didn't want to leave is because of the bonds that they formed with each other. And then, like, sometimes these things turn into these culty mentalities where it's like, and this happened to anybody here who left Laura's chat knows exactly what I'm talking about. If you were friends with her and left their Discord, they all fucking turn on you. People that 2 days ago you were just friendly with and having nice conversations with, all of a sudden fucking overnight just hate you because you don't want to talk to Laura anymore. It's like that's just how it is on YouTube, and it's kind of weird, but that's how it is. You know, it's like you turn around, you're like, all right, well, I'm gonna leave this because you know I can't support this shit anymore. And then everybody that's still in there hates you all of a sudden overnight. And it's like, okay, it's kind of weird, you know, because it's like, wait, you were totally fine with me yesterday, right? We didn't have an issue, you and I. Like nothing happened except for that I just don't want to talk to Laura anymore. And now I'm the worst person in the world. Like you're fucking saying all this horrible shit about me when it has nothing to do with you. I wonder if he becomes fixated on things, and that's part of why he can't stop. Well, he definitely becomes fixated on things nonsense. I mean, there's no question about that. But again, right, if Laura sees this guy as a son, right, figure to her, then she should guide him in the same way that she guides her son. But no, she's actually just taking advantage of this guy, gross advantage of him. And I've told him that several times, dude. And I know he won't believe me, but there's a reason. Like, all these people have left Laura's camp, right? And all have the same fucking things to say about her. They've all had the same experience when it comes to her. They've all been treated the same way when it comes to her. And there's a fucking reason for that. And he's got to kind of ask himself at a certain point, is it Laura or is it everybody else? They all have to agree to bite their tongue. Hold on. Even when you know something is wrong. That's why I'm careful with Discord. I don't want to lose my own focus. Yeah, true. Hold on. Did I miss part of that? I hate that about YouTube. I will never get caught up in something like that again. But you can lose friends when you don't follow the herd too. It sucks. Right. Crazy Gemini. And I've seen it even like two groups. Well, it was one group at one time, right? And I'm watching it happen now, right? There was a group of people that all hung out together and then they split apart. And there's certain people who are on one side and there's certain people who are on the other side. And they will not bend. So because I said I was neutral in that situation, right? Because I liked everybody, I don't see a lot of those people come in my chat anymore because it's like they want you to pick a side, they want you to pick a side, a clear and concise side. And I'm just not. I mean, everybody should know that about me. I came here on my own and I will stay on my own till I leave here. I'm always going to make my own decisions. I don't go with the crowd. I don't do that, and if you don't like that about me, if I seem wishy-washy or on the fence or whatever, so be it, but I'm not going to change who I am to make other people happy. And I'm definitely not going to go with the crowd, so I just said, hey, I'm neutral. I have seen some of the people come in, but a lot of them who used to come in here all the time have stopped coming in here. And I know why that is. It's because I didn't choose a clear and concise side in the fight. So it's like, oh, all right, well, we're not going to go in there anymore because, I mean, they also might just not like what I talk about. That's, a possibility as well. But I've been here long enough to know that, oh, well, Mika Mobster didn't pick our side, so we're not going to go in there anymore. It's happened to me so many times on here, and it's like, whatever, dude. Like, it is what it is. If that's how you want to be, that's how you want to be. I ain't about to go chasing no subscribers or nobody. I tell everybody all the time, if you don't like it, go. Just leave. Unsubscribe and move on. I don't need you here. I'm here just to bullshit with people. I'm not here to be the next fucking PewDiePie. So thank you, Dari. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. You guys know what I'm saying? Curious AF. You were another person I wanted to address. Not you. Like, I love you, Curious AF. You know that. I wanted to address your comment that we were this morning that we were both talking about, because I want you to understand that I understand what you're saying too. So, I hope you didn't take that wrong, and I'm glad you came in here actually, because I love you, and I wanted to address it in the sense that I hope you understand I'm not trying to fight with you or anything. I'm just trying to give you another perspective on things. So in case people don't know what I'm talking about, the Diane Snatchin channel posted a video of MGL this morning, right? And at the very beginning of the video, it's obviously like she took a clip. So I don't know what happened before this, but in the very beginning of the video, she's talking about that she was on the phone with the police. Okay. Like, bullshit. But this is what she's saying. You guys know how it is, right? She's on the phone with the police and she's saying that, she was asking the police, she's done this a million times. Okay. I've seen her do the same fucking shtick a million times, where she's like acting like she was on the phone with the police and asking them, what she could do. Like, could she show up at somebody's house and beat the shit out of them or whatever? And I heard her recently, somebody had told me recently, but I didn't see the clip. And I'm saying this was like maybe last week. somebody had emailed me and told me that she was talking about like showing up at my house or something. Okay. And so I don't go over there and watch her on fucking whatever it is, Kick. So like, I wouldn't know that she was saying this shit about me, but I would like to know, if that's who she's talking about, because she said it a week ago. So here she is at the beginning of this live and she's talking about rolling up on somebody's house and blah, 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 her normal tough guy shit. So I'm like, okay, and then of course she's going into a whole bunch of other fucking stupid bullshit that nobody believes, Oh, YouTube called her. That's right. That was another lie she was telling. YouTube called her to talk about her channel. Okay, girl, like, sure. Like they got your phone number and called you because they want to talk because you were such a big asset to YouTube. They just want you to come back so badly. Sure. They called her to talk about her appeal. But anyway, Curious had said, and I understand what she's saying. She's like, and a lot of people feel this way. So she's not just speaking for herself, but she's like, why are you bringing this person back on this platform to like, there's people she hurt here and they don't, maybe they don't want to see it. And, I had commented below that and I said, look, if she's talking about rolling up on my house, I'm thankful that this person got this clip. Because like I would never know she was saying that because I don't go over to Kick and watch her. So, for me, I'm thankful that this person's posting this shit here because she's making threats against people. And if it's against me, I want to fucking know about it. I absolutely would like to know about it. So for me, I understand what she's saying too. She got kicked off the platform. And that's it. She should stay off the platform. And I agree. But here's the thing. If she's going to keep talking about people who are on this platform, then we have a right to know about it, especially if she's making threats to go real life on people. I fucking want to know about it because she was just threatening me last week to go real life. I didn't see the clip of it, but I had several people contact me and tell me. So all right, bitch, come on, come over here. See what the fuck happens to you. I mean, I would love to kick her in the fupa, like I said. But here's the other thing. If you go to Diane Snatchen's channel and you see a video of her and you're triggered by her, don't watch her. Don't click on the video. Like if you've been hurt by her and you've been drugged by her, because I'll tell you right now, nobody's been lied more than I have from that woman. Nobody's been lied on more than me. I mean, and I'm not saying she's done worse lies to other people like Barnyard, but nobody has been lied on more than I have by that fucking piece of shit. So I get it. I get that she triggers people and everything like that. But at the same time, don't click on the video then if you think that you're going to be triggered. That's like saying like, oh, I'm a recovering drug addict. And then you go click on a video where somebody's, shooting up drugs. I mean, you got to know that that's going to trigger you. So, we also have a choice in this too. But I also, at the same point, I understand what the person, what you're saying is that, she shouldn't be on this platform. She's off. She should stay off. But for me personally, I'm thankful for those channels that are clipping her, especially when she's threatening people over here. She went on and on about Barnyard again on this clip and lies, doubling down on her lies about Barnyard. And like those lies can damage somebody. So I think that it's good that somebody's keeping a record of this for us, because God forbid something does happen to my family, there's my proof of who it was. So, I mean, I'm not going over there and watching her. I'm not bothering her, but I want to know if she's fucking threatening me. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I hope hey, Hummingbird's here. I hope you didn't take that, offensively, Curious AF. Like I wasn't trying to have an argument with you. I just wanted you to understand, my perspective as somebody who's been attacked by her, right? Because you were kind of speaking for those people. And I am one of those people. I've been lied on by that person. I mean, tons of lies, So I would like to know, and I'm thankful that people are kind enough and care about me enough to let me know when she's talking about me over there. Because I'm not over there. I'm not watching her fucking stupid Kick channel. Fuck Kick. Somebody said you can't rewind on that shit. Fuck that, dude. I hate when you can't rewind a stream. That's like the worst thing in the world. Somebody was saying in Alicia's chat last night. I'm like, fuck that shit. Fuck that. I want to be able to rewind. So yeah. So that was that. But anyway, back to Laura. Now that Hummingbird's in here, she could attest too that, you know, I told Capone, she's told Capone, you know, many of us have told Capone several times why his behavior is wrong and why he shouldn't be doing what he's doing. And he continues to do it. And I feel like the fucking autism bullshit is just an excuse for poor behavior, you know? And if I was him, that whole thing that Laura did yesterday, honestly, I would have felt very insulted. I would have felt extremely insulted by what she said about him yesterday. Good point, Chick. You know, like Michelle, I don't want to say she triggers me because she doesn't. She just fucking annoys me. Like, you know, she don't trigger me. She just annoys me. Like, I can't listen to that lady. I can't listen to her repeating herself. Like, she just, ugh. So I just don't click on her videos, you know, because it's just, I can't do it. I can't do it. Just like Bullhorn Betty. I don't go over to her channel and watch her. But, you know, if Burnt Toast is covering her on a live, I'll go over there and watch it, you know, because she's tolerable when Burnt Toast is doing commentary on her, you know, like I can't do it. So, I mean, you know, it's also our choice of who we're going to watch, you know, at the same time. Yeah, she triggers the shit out of me. I mean, I don't know what else to call it. I've taken up on for him when Laura would go off on him. I just, you know what I don't get, Hummingbird, is like, what is Laura doing for the guy that he has such a strong loyalty to her specifically? You know what I'm saying? Because like I was very kind to him when I was over on Laura's channel, and even when Laura and my friendship split apart, I still had a tremendous amount of patience with the guy. When everybody in my chat would be like, "Just fucking block this asshole," I would sit in here, I would let him come in my chat, and I would sit here and very nicely try to explain to him. Obviously, there was a certain point in time where I just lost my patience with him. Once he started like mentioning all this like weird shit about my kid, I was like, all right, dude, I'm done being nice to you at this point. There's no need for me to be nice to you anymore. But like, I was very, very kind to this guy. And I always felt like I treated him very well. And it was like, he took it so personally when me and Laura stopped talking to each other. And I just don't understand. I don't get it, dude, because I never did anything to him. The only thing I could say I did to him, which again might have upset him, was I took his wrench away. You know, he had a wrench on my channel and I took his wrench away. And the only reason being is because like he was Laura's mod first, right? And I knew that this guy was not going to be cool with me after me and Laura, you know, split up, because I had seen him in the past do the same thing to other people that had left Laura. You know, he just turns on them immediately. So like, why would I let him continue to hold a wrench on my channel? You know, go with Laura. Like, you know, but you're welcome in here. You're still welcome in my chat, you know, but then it just got to a point where it was like, dude, like, I can't let you in here anymore. You're being absolutely disgusting in my chat. I can't let you in here. I can't let you fucking abuse people in my chat and threaten to dox people. That's not cool. She just shows him attention. First time in voice chat with her. He was starstruck and he knows he can't go anywhere else now. Yeah, that's probably it. Maybe in his mind, Laura is, oh girl, we've seen Laura's toenails, JP. You know, maybe in his mind, Laura's like this big YouTube superstar. And he's, you know, and I get it. Like he wants to fit in somewhere, you know, and I guess he thinks that fitting in. But here's the thing, right? Laura, when you fit into somewhere, the group sets the precedence, right? Like how you behave. I don't believe that guy started doing all this on his own. I think that he's absolutely, and this was one of the things that Grandma Sherry was kind of saying yesterday, is like he's kind of mimicking behavior. He's doing what he thinks he should be doing to fit in, you know? So like that tells you about the other people that Laura surrounded with, that he's like emulating, you know? He's emulating obviously somebody's behavior in there. And that's why he's doing what he's doing, which I think, honestly, the person that he's emulating the most is Laura herself. No, we're not on summer break yet. We don't end until June. He likes to go after kids. He likes to come in and take shots at B-Fergs about our son. And I'm sorry, that just shows he's a shitty person. It's not the autism there. Yeah. See, come on. You're telling me that you don't know that it's not right to go after a mother who lost her child? You're going to tell me that, dude? Really? As a grown-ass man? I don't give a fuck what you have. You know that that's not right to do. Okay? He only got a wrench because he went missing for 2 days and she got nervous. Oh, interesting. Not buying it. She would have played that card sooner. Who is that, Laura? I start feelings. Oh, God, I will start a feelings room in a Discord for anyone who is subjected to seeing Laura's feet. Yeah, right? Got here late. Are we talking about Capone? I have a grandson on the spectrum and is easily encouraged by anything he's fixed on. This is more about perp. He's still responsible, but still. Yes, Mellow One, we're discussing his behavior. Like, and I said earlier, I do, always keep that in mind that he has that. Like, it's not like I just totally ignore that. And I don't think that factors at all into his behavior, because I know it does. Like, it has to, but it's not an excuse at the same time. It's not an excuse for him to come over here and put other people in danger, or, threaten or talk about children constantly, when he knows damn well that it's wrong to do that, because he gets very upset when Laura's children are mentioned. He gets extremely upset when Laura's children are mentioned. So he knows that it's wrong to talk about children, because you can't tell me that he only knows it's wrong to talk about just Laura's kids and not somebody else's kids. So he recognizes that it's wrong when other people talk about Laura's kids, even when they're not saying anything. I've never heard anybody here say anything negative about Laura's kids themselves. I mean, except for maybe last week, somebody said something in my chat, and I asked them very nicely to please not do that, because I like her kids. I think she has great kids, and, please don't put her problems and her issues on her children. Don't come in here ever talking negative about anybody's kids. I don't give a fuck who it is. I don't care if it's my worst fucking enemy. Please don't come in here and talk negative about anybody's kids, But for the majority, I don't hear people saying anything ever negative about her kids. I hear people saying negative things about Laura in reference to her kids, but he always interprets that as they're talking about her kids negatively, but it's not, Like me, again, I gave the example this morning, earlier, for people that just are coming in now. I gave the example that, like, I would say, and I'm just using this as an example, why is Laura telling people where her kids are going to college, like, on the internet? I just think that's stupid. I'm sorry. I've said it a million times. I think at this point, she's been through enough stuff, real life shit on here, that she should be a little bit more protective with her kids, and she's just an idiot, because I question sometimes if Laura has Asperger's. I really do. She just, sometimes her understanding isn't the best either. But anyway, she, he'll take that, me saying that I'm talking bad about her kids. And it's like, dude, I'm not saying anything negative about her kids. I'm just saying, why is she telling people where her kids are going to school? And he'll go run over to her chat and he'll be like, oh my God, they're talking about your kids. But we're not saying anything bad about her kids per se. We're saying that she's wrong in the situation, So he understands, that tells me that he understands it's wrong to talk about kids, but it also tells me that he misinterprets things a lot of the time, and she'll just run with that. Like, instead of fact checking and saying, okay, Capone, exactly what did they say about my kids? Do you have a screenshot? Do you have a screen recording of it? She'll just fucking go run and hit the live button, because Laura also has a problem with impulse control. Okay. And then she'll just start going off about it. Like, I was talking about Hummingbird, now that she's in here. This morning, me and Hummingbird have talked about this, okay, privately, that I'm like, what's up with that guy? Like, why is he always giving her the wrong information? Like, we've talked about this privately, that, like, he gets things wrong a lot. A lot. It's because Laura jumps on when people say anything about her kids related. She likes to exaggerate and make up scenarios. Well, you know what though, life reminded, I'm just look in Laura's defense, okay? And I don't defend her. When I was friends with her, and I don't know, I guess you weren't in here earlier when I said this, but um, when I was friends with Laura, right? She would call me up and she'd be like, Capone told me this, this, that, and the other thing. And I was like, yeah, Laura, that's not exactly how it went down, or she would go live and she'd be like, oh, I got this, somebody told me today, blah, 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 blah. And I'd be in her chat and Hummingbird would be in there and Novemberine, and we'd be like, no, that's not really what happened. So like he's giving her the wrong information a lot of the times, he does. Like that's a known fact. If you're in her group, that there's plenty of times she hits that like button and she's wrong about what she's saying. She has all the details wrong, so she's going off of what he said, not even, proof of what he said. Because she's looking for content. Like she used to call me up and be like, oh, hey, did you watch Diane and Wendy today? Like what happened? And if I didn't watch, then she would go into her Discord and ask. And a lot of the time she's getting the information from him and he's not interpreting what happened properly and giving it to her. And I've told her that before. And, yeah, she's responsible because she keeps running with it. Like I always tell everybody, if somebody said something, don't just come over here and tell me. I need proof. I need proof. Like I just told you guys this morning, somebody said Molly Golightly. Several people said it. So that's what makes me believe it, because several people told me that she was threatening me, right? Because I went live. People were saying it in my chat, but I still haven't seen the proof of it. I also got emails. Somebody emailed me and told me that she was threatening me on Kick, saying she's going to show up at my house or some shit. And, I still haven't seen the proof of that, but I believe it just because multiple people told me about it. But I definitely need the proof, She will do anything to be the victim, even if it means making up fantasy scenarios about her children being spoken about. It's all about content in the end. Yeah. She's definitely, though, taken advantage of his situation. I mean, she flat out said it yesterday. She's like, oh, he's got the Rain Man memory. Like I could ask him this, like, that's his use to her. That's why she keeps him as close to her as she does. That's why she's, I'll stick up for him over anybody. That's why, because he's the person. Laura's memory's shot, obviously, right? She can't remember her ass from her elbow. I mean, she had the balls yesterday to go live and be like, oh, Appalachia is a mountain, like as if she never said that her alopecia, she never called it Appalachia, like as if people were making that up, like she cannot remember what happens from day to day. So like she needs somebody like him around. And it's like, how do you think that how do you feel knowing that somebody only keeps you around, not because they have a connection with you, not because they care about you as a person, but because you're feeding them information? Like that doesn't make you feel a type of way? Because I would feel used. I'd feel like, wow, that's kind of fucked up that this person's keeping me around only because I provide them with information, which is why I always tell him, stop giving Laura information for a week and see how fucking much see how she treats you. Because everybody in there has a purpose, whether it's they're giving her money or they're giving her information, they're paying her in some type, way, shape, or form. And they all serve a purpose for her. She can remember, she just likes to rewrite history. That's true too. I do always go look for myself. You would think she would be disappointed in him getting things wrong and making her look bad. She don't care. She just doesn't care, because it's content for her at the end of the day. So it's like this unhealthy fucking codependent weird dynamic that they have, that they're both feeding. I don't know what he's getting from Laura, but Laura's definitely getting something from him. Like I don't think that I think that all he gets from Laura is attention, and he likes that, and I think that Laura, gets information from him. So it's like, look, dude, I was friends with Laura and I seen the way she fucking treats people. And I just feel like Laura's never truly just friends with somebody because she just cares about them or because she, has a connection with them and a bond with them. Most of her friendships are superficial. I mean, there's a reason why she is friends with certain people, just like Molly Golightly. Why is she friends with her? it's very clear that they don't like each other. You know, they don't agree on anything, but they keep each other hanging around because it's a mutually beneficial relationship. They both get something out of it. Sure, she doesn't care because she knows he's going to piss people off to the point they really start going after him. And then she could do what she did yesterday. Yeah. Yep. It's like, oh, all of a sudden his fucking information got shared. And now it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. You know, it's like, you know what, Laura? He's out here. A lot of the times, I have seen that guy in chats saying some really personal shit about people. He's always trying to throw everybody under the bus. You know, like he'll come in here and be like, oh, this one trolled you. And, you know, and I'm like, I don't fucking care, Capone. Like 2 years ago, I don't fucking care that somebody was trolling me, you know? He's constantly telling personal things about people that he shouldn't be, you know, things that people said in fucking Discord that were private. And he'll come out here and start spilling people's beans just because they don't like Laura anymore. You know, he comes in here and he comes here with a purpose to fucking hurt people and expose them, you know? And it's like, why is nobody telling him that that's fucking wrong, dude? She would get upset, but take it out on us. We can't control him, and you didn't give us a chance to check it out. Yeah, so true. So true. Yeah, she loved your checkbook. But you know what I'm saying? Like, she's just using the guy at that point. Like, you know, she likes that he goes in there and starts shit. I mean, look, if you really wanted him to stop, you sit him down and give him a consequence then and be like, you know what, Capone, if you don't stop going in and starting dumpster fires, because every time you go in, it comes back to me. I've had mods like that. I've had friends like that. Tiffany was a great example. You know, Tiffany used to start shit everywhere, dude. Everywhere. If you notice, since I stopped talking to her and Laura, I don't fucking have issues with people anymore. I don't have problems. I mean, yeah, there's the occasional troll that comes in here and talks shit, but like, I don't have any issues with other creators anymore, you know? Like, except for the same ones that I always have had issues with. But I don't find new people. So, you know, it's like they were always constantly finding issues after issue after issue. And it was like, you know, after a while, it's like exhausting. I'm like, dude, like, I don't need these fucking problems. So I had to make a decision for myself. You know, Tiffany's going around starting fucking dumpster fires everywhere. Every time something gets solved, she starts another fucking dumpster fire somewhere else. I don't need that shit, you know? So you got to go. So if I was Laura, I would say the same thing to Capone. You know, look, dude, every time you go out and you start some shit, it comes back to me and gives me problems. So if you can't control yourself, then I'm going to have to, you know, take you out of Discord. I mean, give him a consequence, Laura, if you really, really care, like you were trying to say yesterday, and you really want him to stop. You know, she was like making excuses for him yesterday, but at the same time, it doesn't make sense, Laura, because if you really care and you're really like a mother figure, then, you know, to him, then fucking act like one and give him a fucking consequence to make him understand, you know? Don't give him a fucking crutch or an excuse to fucking limp on, you know? It's not okay what he does. Everything is an issue, even when they go to the store. Nothing is ever good and normal. Who's that? That was my point exactly. I mean, I just don't get it, dude. Like, I'm sorry. You know? Try to figure out why Laura talks like Gilbert Gottfried. I don't know. I don't know. That I don't know. Probably because they're both from New York. I think he's from New York, right? She talks like she says human instead of human. I'm human over here. Tiffany is fake as fuck. She's like Molly hated and trashed Laura, then besties again, and fake sympathy during Laura's sympathy kick. Yeah. Laura's yeah, they're all fake, dude. Fake as fuck. All of them. None of those people know how to actually have real genuine friendships with other humans. It's just they just don't. They just don't. Oh, MGL and Mr. Ed. Yeah, nothing's ever their fault. Ever. You know, it's never. Creamy up her channel, her dying channel needs it. It's a pattern. Oh, it absolutely is a pattern. Laura got 13,000 views off my name. Of course, she's going to keep talking shit about me. LOL. Capone's ass needs to man up and come out and speak on it himself. Yeah, right. Exactly. If Laura really gave a fuck about Capone, she would teach him how to not talk about kids nonstop. Right. Like, dude, I would be like, look, bro, you can't go in there talking about, this creator's kids because it's going to give me problem. And if you care about me, then you'll stop doing it. She, like, obviously, look, dude, I understand she can't control the guy. Okay. He's a grown man, but like, give him a consequence, Laura, if you're really trying to stop him like you claim you do. Give him a fucking consequence and be like, listen, Capone, I'm gonna have to block you from my chats if you keep doing that. But she'll never do that because she loves the information that he gives her. She loves the screenshots that he gives her. So she'll never fucking give him a consequence ever. We all know that Laura doesn't want this shit to stop, really. As much as she, claims she does, she doesn't. Playing the perpetual victim is her game, dude. And she's been doing it ever since I met her. Okay. First it was Jay for Justice, then it was fucking Mommy Ramblings. Like, she always had somebody who she had put up on this like pedestal, whatever she says, right? Or targeted, and then, looked at their numbers, couldn't understand why they were getting the numbers that they were getting. So it's either she tried to befriend them or she tries to fight with them to leech off of them in some way, shape, or form. Like, she's been doing this always, dude. So, it doesn't surprise me what she's doing with Queen Bee right now at all. Part of me wishes his diagnosis is completely made up by Perp to use as a shield and to twist his bad behavior into a victim and her by proxy. Yeah, right? Because that gives a bad name to people who do have Asperger's, okay, or high functioning autism. Like, you're telling us that that's why he acts the way he acts. So you know what that does? That makes people think, well, is that how everybody acts? With Asperger's? No, that's not. There's plenty of people on here that have the same disorder and do not fucking go around doing what he does. If Laura's son was going around doing that shit on YouTube, don't you think she would sit him down? And I would hope she would, right? Have a talk with him. So, I mean, come on, Laura. Fucking talking out of both sides of your fucking mouth again, like you always do with this shit. Give me a fucking break. Is that a helicopter or a fucking lawnmower? You guys hear that? That was loud. I'm sorry, I just don't feel bad. There's been enough people around that guy to explain to him over the last 2-3 years why his behavior is wrong and why he shouldn't talk about other people's children, and he still doesn't fucking get it. So, if I was Laura at that point in time, I'd be like, listen, dude, I'm gonna have to take your wrench away and fucking boot you from my chat because you're doing nothing but causing problems for me at this point in time, and I just can't have it. Because I'm trying to build an empire over here. I'm trying to build a fucking real true crime channel, and I can't have this, drama bullshit. Because even when Laura's not doing drama, that motherfucker will go out and find some drama for her to cover. Like, Laura will be doing her true crime thing, and instead of being in Laura's chat enjoying her true crime, he'll be like over in one of our chats listening to us, and just waiting for somebody to mention Laura, just fucking waiting for somebody to mention her, and then boom, she's live. It's like, come on, dude. Those on the high functioning on the autism spectrum are more intelligent than Capone. Even the lower taught better and know right and wrong. Yeah, exactly. The way she spoke on Asperger's yesterday really made me question if she had her son diagnosed by a professional because she was way off on a lot. Yeah, crazy Gemini. I totally agree. Totally agree. Well, the fact that she even had to read off of a like Google something, page, told me a lot, because I'm like, Laura, you like, if my kid had that, I would want to fucking know everything I can about it. Like, if my son was diagnosed with that, I would know everything there is. Like, I'm not sitting here reading to you guys. I've read about Asperger's before because there was somebody in my family I thought might have it, but I don't need to go back and read. I know the basics, at least, of what is wrong with the person, but she definitely did get a lot of things wrong, and she is kind of known to diagnose things herself, just like she diagnosed somebody with an addiction, when they were fucking a toddler. Okay, Laura. you know? Like, that's not even a fucking possibility, dude. Toddlers are not addicts, but okay. You know, they're not aware enough of their behavior to be addicts. Like, it's so absurd to fucking think that. And the same woman that thinks that 4-year-olds are flirty. So I guess, you know, you can only do so much. Capone mentioned in Laura's chat that Tropical Gal has taken him to court and he thinks it's a joke. Okay, so there you go. He has enough, you know what I'm saying, discernment to know that something's a joke or not a joke. It's just crazy. If you look at the symptom of Asperger's, yeah, half our society has it. Well, that's what I'm saying. There's so much overlap and similarities with ADHD, with Asperger's. So, like, you know, why can't I use that as an excuse then? Oh, I talk about Laura. You know why, Laura? Because people with ADHD fucking have compulsions and obsessive behavior. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's bullshit. Don't use that as an excuse for why he's being a horrible piece of shit. At what point do you figure out that someone is bad for you and walk away? This is years with the two of them. Yeah, it's like this unhealthy, fucking toxic relationship that they have, you know? Like, Laura's like, I'll go to bat for him more than anybody else. Okay, Laura, why? What, you know what I'm saying? Why does he get fucking precedence over anybody else in your fucking Discord? I mean, the guy doesn't even pay you. Give me a break. It's just because he sucks your ass the hardest. That's why. He kisses her ass the hardest. He battles the hardest for her. That's why she keeps him around. Look, I was friends with her, and there was never any time, granted, I wasn't in her Discord all that much, but I don't remember any time that she ever told that guy to stop doing what he's doing. So, like, she claims that she does. She said her son was in behavioral therapy since he was 10 months old. Impossible. Yeah, they don't diagnose infants as far as I know. Most doctors won't even diagnose kids until they're, well, I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily true though, because with toddlers and stuff, they could usually tell somebody, you know, if they have Asperger's, because there's like certain signs that they give off, like they don't reach up for the parent. You know what I'm saying? They don't like the developmental delays. You know, when I'm like when you go through the milestones, they might talk later than other kids. So something like that they might diagnose, but like something like ADHD or something like that, they will not even touch that shit until a kid's at least 8 years old. So, but I do think with autism, they do early diagnosis just because there's, you know, there's some developmental delays. They don't hit their milestones on time. Because I know my cousin, I just found out recently that one of her kids was diagnosed, and she's only like, I don't know, she's got to be like 2 maybe at the most. So there obviously was sign, you know, there's some signs that they can see very early on, even when they're babies, when it comes to autism. That true. Early stages start at 2. I don't know about 10 months though. Because I don't know what a 10-month-old would get out of therapy. You know what I'm saying? If they don't have like a 10-year-old can't even talk. A 10-month-old, sorry, can't even speak yet. So I don't know what kind of therapy you could do with them. But I mean, maybe some type of physical stuff, like putting blocks in like the fucking, I don't know, I block sorting. I don't know. I really don't know. As a therapist, autism is so different from person to person. It is. But I think psychiatrists overdiagnose autism. They definitely might. I mean, they say that with ADD and ADHD too, you know? They say that people are overdiagnosing. I refuse to take medication for it. I bought a book about Asperger's almost 10 years ago when they said I might have it, and I still haven't read it. I did look things up online, though. Never did get tested. I am 60. Yeah. 10 months is not even a year. She's so dumb. I mean, yeah, babies are not talking. I mean, they're saying like mama, maybe, but like, I don't know. Laura says a lot of things. I mean, even when we were friends, she would say a lot of fucking things to me about like her kids, like when they were babies, and I'm like, oh, I don't know about that, Laura. Like, I don't think that that's like really possible. My sister does that too. She would say like fucking weird things that like I don't know. I'd be like, what? Like, how could that be possible? Like thinking, like assigning like adult behaviors to babies and toddlers, and it's like, dude, like your mind just doesn't have the fucking mental capacity at that point to like to be like whatever the fuck you're saying. They wanted children on Ritalin at 3, 4 years old. That is fucking crazy, dude. I am play therapy certified and we start at 2. Yeah. Asperger's is being phased out. I don't think, no, it's out of it. They took it out of the DSM in 2013. It's not even, it hasn't been used in a decade. It hasn't been diagnosed as that in a decade. It's still there, the symptoms and the condition, but they just don't call it Asperger's anymore. It's called high functioning autism. What is it? ASP or something like that. Something like that. But I mean, I understand if you were diagnosed as that, then you still might use the term, you know, but yeah, they don't, I mean, she should know this though, because, obvious reasons she should know this. She should know about it. Cause it's not like, you don't go that's something that you don't get cured for, right? Even if you go through years, even if you were doing therapy since you were uh fucking whatever 10 months old, can you improve in areas? Can it help you? Yeah, but you're never going to be fully cured of it, right? So you're always going to be dealing with some symptoms of that disorder through your whole entire life, so I mean, I don't know. She's just like Laura's living on. I do question sometimes if she actually had like a real diagnosis or not, because she does have a tendency to make things up, Laura. Just like when she said a few years ago she had a thyroid problem, right? So like I had my thyroid, I have a nodule on my thyroid, and all of a sudden she had one, and she's like, I'm asking her if she went through the test, because they do the test the same for everybody, dude. It's not like it's gonna work differently. Like if you have a nodule on your thyroid and it's over a centimeter big, then they're gonna send you for an FNA, which is a fine needle biopsy. So what is it? Is it F? Yeah, well they call it aspiration or something like that, whatever, right? So they're gonna send you for an FNA, and they're gonna take a little piece of your thyroid, and they're going to send that over to a lab, and they're going to have it tested to see if it's cancerous or not, you know? And so she's telling me, and then they're also going to, test your blood levels and see if you have any, function issues with your thyroid. So like, I'm asking her if she did all these things, and I just couldn't get a fucking straight answer from her. Like, I'm like, Laura, like either you have it or you don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not one of those things. Like they could test you and then read your blood levels and tell you if you have it or not. So like I don't know whatever ended up happening with that, but she said it. She said she had it, and she's like, "Oh, I went to the doctor and this and that." And I'm like, "Well, did they do blood work? Like, because like these are the things that this is just what they do when you go to an endocrinologist or even your regular doctor, and you tell them your symptoms and what you're dealing with." And I just couldn't get a straight answer out of her about anything. So you had your thyroid ablated. What does that mean? I truly do not think he's been diagnosed, and that's based on her lack of knowledge. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to accuse her. I don't know. I wasn't there, but she's, it's a lot of the stuff that she says doesn't make sense. I will agree with that. Yeah. Relax. I can't read. Miraculously went away after a trip to Mexico. It really did. I don't know if she was just trying to say that to like explain, because people were, when she said she was having trouble losing weight and she had tried everything she possibly can, one of the things is if you're going through that, and you're having trouble losing weight, one of the first things that they look at is your thyroid. If you go tell your doctor, hey, I've been on like this, that, and the other diet, I've been exercising nonstop, and I just can't seem to lose weight, the first thing they're going to do is test your thyroid. So I think a lot of people because it's very common. I think a lot of people were telling her, go get your thyroid tested, Laura. Like, you know, and I think that she just like ran with that. I don't know. I really don't. It was very weird how she couldn't even tell me if she got this fucking test or not. I'm like, did you get the test? Because like this is what they do, and she couldn't give me an answer. Losing weight does involve moving. Yeah, you would think. And not eating 10 bags of fucking boiled peanuts every day. Like, I mean, I don't know. Just the words boiled peanuts make me want to throw up. But I'm also really picky about food. So I don't know. They waited till my grandson was 5 for the official diagnosis. I think for parents, early diagnosis is good. It's so the parents can alter their behavior to support their child better. 10 months, yeah, bullshit. I honestly I'm not going to sit here and claim I know all this shit about, that specific disorder, because I don't. I've read about it, but I know that there's signs from when they're kids, that they look for as part of diagnosis. Like, like kids with autism, most of the time, like they don't know their names when other kids do. So, you'll say like their name and they don't respond to it. So that's a sign. They don't like reach for the parents, So, I mean, there was a kid, I'm not going to go into details, but there was a kid that when I was, younger, we thought that the kid might be suffering, somebody in my family. And we were like looking up the symptoms because there was just certain things that this kid was doing that just weren't lining up, like there was just certain things that were happening that like she wasn't hitting the same developmental delays as like normal kids our age, and wasn't speaking. She was like nonverbal. It was weird, you know. She was verbal. She actually spoke, but just not to anybody except her mother. It was very strange. So they should always check for Graves and Hashimoto's too. Yes, right. See, like Hashimoto's runs in my family. So when I found that I had a nodule on my thyroid, I went and got tested right away because I was having symptoms. I felt like I was having symptoms, and I think it was just stress at the time, thank God. But I do have a thyroid. I mean, I have a nodule on my thyroid. But like when I was asking her all these questions, she just couldn't answer them. I'm like, Laura, if you actually went to the doctor for this, like you said you did, you would have the fucking answers. Like, you would know. Like, dude, there's no way you can't know that somebody's sticking a needle into your throat, Laura. Like, I was like, did they do this? She's like, I don't know. I'm like, did they do a blood test? I don't know. I'm like, how do you not know if they did a blood test, Laura? Somebody has to stick a needle into your arm and actually take your fucking blood from you. Like, you would be pretty aware of that. She was like, I don't know. I'm like, really? You don't know? I mean, that's a pretty fucking... I always know when I'm getting a blood test. I have to go to a lab and like hand them a piece of paper. Here you go. Test my blood. Thanks. And I fucking hate needles. She like couldn't give me an answer. I'm like, did they give you a thing for like the blood test? Like a a slip so you could go get the blood test? I don't know. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, I just stopped asking her because I was like, I just can't seem to get a straight answer out of her. I honestly think she lied to everybody and said that she went to the doctor, and she really didn't. I mean, that's the only thing I could think of because she just couldn't give me a fucking answer about anything, And I'm like, well, that's typically what they do, Laura. Like, I've been through this. So, I mean, if they didn't do that, I would go find yourself another doctor because they can't just visually inspect your thyroid and be like, yeah, you have Hashimoto's. That's not how it works. It's like, it was, yeah, exactly, Purple Rain. There was a few times I would catch her in shit that just didn't make sense, But, and I always wonder what people like that, like, why do you like, I don't know. I just never understood people just lie about like the weirdest things, like there's no sense of lying about certain things. I just don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't know if it's like an attention thing or what. You have low thyroid. Do you take like a Synthroid or something? By the time you're perplexed age, you had this kind of blood test. It's not uncommon. Yeah, pretty much, right? F&B sex balls, they hurt. No one would remember. One would remember. Mine honestly wasn't that bad. It was just like I felt uncomfortable more than anything. It didn't hurt. It was just like pressure, on my neck, and it's like really uncomfortable because it almost feels like somebody's choking you. Like it's a weird feeling. But my doctor did it so quick and good, I guess, because I was like, I made the mistake before I went for mine. Oh my God. I went online and was reading and I heard like horror stories about it being really painful. And so, I was scared to go get this thing. But my doctor, honestly, he's a douche. I don't really like my endocrinologist, but he's like no bedside manner. Like he's not very talkative. Like you ask him questions and he's like very short with the answers. And he doesn't really like, I don't know. I like doctors. I'm nervous around doctors to begin with. So I like doctors that are like friendly, that come in, that are willing to answer your questions. Like he's just very short with people and he's not very friendly. But I do have to say, he does a great job of doing the FNA because I was fucking scared, dude, to get that shit done. And it really wasn't all that bad, but it might be worse for some people. Where exercise. She barely exercised. She dragged her feet down the street. That's not exercise. I mean, when you exercise, right? Like you got to walk fast, when you're like actually walking for exercise. If you're just dragging your feet, that ain't going to do shit for you. You have to like kind of get your heart rate going for it to actually help you. Like my husband and I, we used to speed walk. I was in the best shape of my life during that time. But like if you're just like slow walking, it's not going to do much for you. She was like dragging her feet down the street. You could hear every step she takes. My endocrinologist retired. He was great. I hope his partner in practices is nice. I'll see her next month. Oh, that's the worst figure skating coach. When you actually find a doctor that you like and then they just leave or they retire. She can't even brush her hair or shower. Yeah, well, Molly Golightly says she's been working out. Sure, Dan. Got it. Yeah, you have to get into fat burning mode. Otherwise, you're just like honestly wasting your fucking time. You have to like walk fast. It's not even going to help you if you're just dragging your feet behind you. Like, you're not going to get anything out of that. And especially like if you're fucking on a live stream too, talking, like, I don't know. Heavy breathing when you're used to never doing anything. Pouring wax doesn't count. I don't even have a regular doctor. I really don't. Me and my husband were just talking about that yesterday because like neither one of us has a regular doctor. His doctor that he went to his whole life retired, and I don't even know. I don't know. I had doctors, but I just don't have one right now. Like I don't have a primary physician right now. If anything, like anytime anything goes wrong with me, I just go to like one of those clinics, one of those walk-in places. It's not easy to pick your feet up when you're wearing moon boots caked in mud. Oh my God. Yes, underactive thyroid can cause hair loss too. Absolutely. You lose your hair, your eyebrows, fall out like that. Not your whole eyebrows, which is weird. It's usually like the outer ends of your eyebrows. But yeah. I don't know why she even like said she had that. I really don't. I was just so confused. I think she was just trying to search for an easy fix. Honestly, this is my take on it. I think that she was trying to search for an easy fix for her weight loss, right? Instead of like doing it the hard way, she wanted an easy fix. She wanted to either just go get the surgery. She got denied here for the surgery, right? She was not. I think personally that when I looked at her, I never even realized she was like that overweight. Like she didn't look that big to me, Laura, ever. I mean, I had seen pictures of her whole full body and I'm like, okay, she's a little heavy, but to me, that's like the normal weight that you gain as you age. You know what I'm saying? Like every decade, you're going to put on like 10 pounds or so. That's just the way it is. I mean, so I never looked at her like, oh my gosh, she's obese. Like that's, she doesn't, she just didn't look like that. I mean, she's also tall, so her weight probably distributes like a lot differently, but I never looked at her and was like, oh my gosh, she's fat. She never looked fat to me. She just looked like a little heavy, like a big girl, and I knew that when she went to a doctor here, she was not going to qualify for the surgery because she wasn't big enough. The only reason I know is because my mom was overweight, and my mom actually did qualify for the surgery, but she just qualified for it, and she wasn't all that huge either. So, I mean, my mom was just short, so her weight looked a lot more on her because she's tiny. But like, I'm like, all right. I mean, she never got the surgery, but I knew she wasn't going to qualify when she went here. So I think she was looking for like another quick fix, because a lot of people who were saying to her, get your thyroid checked, because she was saying that she tried everything to lose weight and she couldn't lose weight. But we know that's not probably true. Like, did you try exercising? So I think it was just like she wanted that quick fix, and she thought, oh, if my thyroid's fucked up, I could go get on this medication and it'll help me lose weight. I mean, she even told us, all of us, right, that she thought that Adderall was going to help her lose weight. Like, she just wanted that quick fix, which I get. Like, I'm not saying she's wrong for wanting that, because it's really hard to, you need a lot of self-discipline to get yourself on a healthy eating plan, and then to make sure that you exercise. It is, especially when you have kids, as an adult. It's really hard. When you're in like your early 20s, it's easy. You don't have any responsibilities. You can go to the gym. But when you get older, it gets harder. So I totally understand like that, it is hard to discipline yourself to eat, because let's face it, diet food is not fucking good. Like, it's just not. I mean, some things are good. My mom did Weight Watchers, and they had a lot of good recipes, because I used to eat them with her all the time. And there was a lot of good recipes, but it's not always easy. I mean, it requires research. It's a lot of work to get yourself. So I understand that, but she just wanted the easy way out. So I think she thought, maybe I'll go get my thyroid tested and see if I have that. And then they'll put me on this medication and it'll like magically cure me and I'll be able to lose weight. It didn't happen. I mean, you could look thin in the face and still be fat. Yeah, totally. You don't need to exercise per se. Just get your steps up above 10K and it'll naturally fall off. Right. I've read thyroid issues are very underdiagnosed, and so many women are dealing with the symptoms of having an active thyroid, but the basic testing isn't showing that. Well, you know what it is? There's so many other symptoms. There's so many other like conditions that mimic the same exact set of symptoms that low thyroid do. So a lot of the times the doctors will, especially if you're like under 40, they will, tell you it's like this, that, or whatever. Get better sleep, avoid stress. And instead of testing you, and then I've read too that you could still have symptoms even if your levels are still in check. So, I mean, yeah, it is very underdiagnosed, and a lot of women have it because I don't know why. That's like, I don't know if it's our food. I don't know what's causing it, but yeah, very true. I need to get mine checked too, because I haven't had it checked since before COVID. I'm supposed to go yearly for like a sonogram of my thyroid and then a blood test. I haven't gone in like 3 years now. So I am almost 5'8". It was 268 pounds and a size 20 to 22. Didn't look it, but now I'm down to 165. Wow, good for you, Sarah. I could pull on my size 20s over my clothes and fit an extra person in my pants. That's awesome. Like, I'm not against that surgery at all, dude. Let me just say, I was just kind of laughing the other day when Laura's like, oh, I'm proud of my surgery. Like, dude, like, for her, I felt like, dude, like, she wasn't that much overweight that she needed to do that. Like, I feel like that's great for people who are in a dire situation. I had my cousin, she was really heavy. Not my cousin, it was my cousin's cousin, but whatever. We all grew up together. And she was, she was really, really overweight, pre-diabetes. She had tried losing the weight. She couldn't do it. And she qualified for the surgery because she was that overweight. And she was young. You know what I'm saying? Like, so like in that case where it's like, I know she tried and I know she did everything she could to try to lose weight and couldn't. then it's great. In a situation like my mom dieted all the time. You know, I seen her lose massive amounts of weight, but it was really hard for her because she was on steroids, which make you gain weight. You know, they stimulate your appetite and make you more hungry than you normally would be. You know, so it's like in her situation, it would have been great. You know, she was just scared to do it because she had a kidney transplant. But like, you know, I don't know. I just never saw her as being that Laura being that overweight that she couldn't have gotten herself to a, you know, a good size. Like, I don't know. I don't know. And they're gonna do that surgery on anybody in Mexico. Like, dude, how nerve wracking would that be to like go to a doctor that you never met before, that didn't even evaluate you, and let them fucking cut you open? Fuck that shit. Mm-mm. Nope. I was nervous when I went to my consultation to get my nose done. Like, that doctor was so quick with me. I was so nervous. Like, had I not sat in his office and flipped through all his like before and after pictures in his books, I would have, I don't know if I would have gotten the surgery, to be quite honest with you, because it was scary. You know, I had only met this guy one time and he's going to change my face. It's not like he's doing some type of, you know, internal surgery. Like, this dude is responsible for my face right now. Like, this is the first thing people see when they talk to me. And it's a very scary thing to do. But I went ahead and did it because in my head, my thinking was, you know, what's the worst that could happen? I don't like it, you know, and then I don't like my nose before. So nothing's going to change in that sense. I'm just going to not like a different nose. Like, you know, thank God he did a great job, in my opinion. But, you know, it is scary. So I can't imagine not even meeting the doctor first. Then the language barrier, you know, fuck that. Mm-mm. I was on steroids from October through this spring. It was messed with my body. Yeah. Yeah. Steroids fuck you up, dude. They make your hair grow. You know, my mom would get like hair on her face. Like, oh my God. I felt so bad for her, but she had to take them. But they fuck with you big time. They make you thirsty. They make you hungry. The first 30 pounds was kickstarted by having COVID, but from that time on, I just got active and changed my intake. I mean, dude, dieting is not easy. Like, I will say that. It's not. I watched my mom struggle. It's fucking hard, you know? But there's no reason for a perfectly healthy, you know, 40-something-year-old woman who's not that bad overweight to, you know, at least try to do something to fix it. I wouldn't want to be in Mexico right now. No. Mexicans are fucking pissed at us, so I'd stay far the fuck away from there. Is anybody in Aspie? And if so, what are your sexes? Sexes? If you care to share, yes, I know the topic switched to weight. I'm curious, though. I've never talked to anybody about potentially having it myself. Heather, if you go, so Grandma Sherry, if you go to Queen Bee's panel from last night, she has it. She said she was diagnosed as an adult, like later in life, but she shares a lot of information. So that might be of interest of you to go in there. It was, I want to say it was like in the beginning hour of her panel. You'll if you scroll through, you should be able to see when she jumps up on the panel, and right away she starts talking about it and sharing some of the experiences that she had, just being diagnosed and everything. But some of the symptoms that I know that she was kind of talking about was just, always feeling like she was. Oh, hold on, guys. My phone's ringing. So if you can hear me, give me a second. Some of the things that she said she had experienced was like feeling out of place, like she felt like she never really fit in when she was younger. She felt weird. She didn't get jokes, like sometimes, and that's obviously one of the symptoms is that people that have it um don't get metaphorical speak or jokes sometimes, so they kind of just laugh at things because everybody else is laughing, but they don't really understand why they're laughing at it. What else was she saying? stuff like that, kind of obsessive behaviors, I guess, you know. She said she not stimming, she stims, but not, you know, excessively. So stuff like that. But she would definitely be a good person to, you know, if you're looking to learn more about it, especially in an adult, because I definitely think if you have a disorder like that, it changes in adult. Could you stop smelling me? You know, sorry, I'm talking to the dog. He's like smelling my pants. All I feel is his little nose poking me. You know, I think that, you know, somebody like that, stop, dude, stop sticking your nose in my butt. Holy shit, what is wrong with this dog? He's like sticking his nose right in my butt. Um, it's like so annoying. Can you stop? Sorry, I know. Asking him that is, you know, abusive. Asking my dog to not stick his nose in my ass is abusive. Anyway, but I think when you get it as an adult, like obviously, you know, things might change. I know for me it did. So I don't have Asperger's. I'm saying like with ADHD, like I feel like I went from the hyperactive kind when I was a kid to the more inattentive kind. I still have some hyperactivity symptoms, but not like when I was a kid. I mean, I was fucking hyperactive as a kid, and like my son is too. And that, you know what, my son might have it too. You know, he might. Mm. And that's why it's really fucked up for people like Capone to come in here and be like, your son's hyperactive. Yeah, he is fucking hyperactive. He might have the same thing that I have, you know, and that causes him to be hyperactive. So it's not like it's something he could help. He's definitely not out of control, though. That's like a little excessive. He's not out of control. He's just hyperactive. There's a big difference. Corn dog. Corn dog. Has Laura retired the Napoleon Dynamite man moon boot? Probably not. Probably not. I know Daryl Hannah has autism. There's actually a lot of celebrities that have autism. The good Capone. Thank you. Do you feel you do well with interpersonal skills so much? Always feels so fake. I'm obsessive over education though, typical overachiever. Oh, I didn't know you had that, Liz. I'll just laugh. You know what's funny though, Liz? When I was a kid, I did the same thing. There was a lot of times where people would say things like, and I wouldn't understand it. So I would just laugh. And this went on through like from when I was in elementary school, like even until I was in high school, where people would tell jokes and I wouldn't get them. And I would be like, what does that even mean? But I would just laugh because I was like, I guess it's supposed to be funny, but like I didn't personally understand it. And like, I don't know, I don't really have that problem anymore. But when I was younger, I always remember thinking in my head, why do I not understand this joke? Like, why do I not understand this? I wonder if I have it. I do. There was times, and also when people would speak metaphorically, I wouldn't understand it too. Like I remember my cousin said that there was a roach in the ashtray. This isn't really so much like that at one of my family parties. And so I was looking in the ashtray for a literal roach, not knowing that a roach was a joint, but that's kind of more a lack of knowledge, you know, rather than not speaking metaphorically. But I was kind of like, I remember thinking in my head, like, what the fuck were they talking about? Like, what's a roach? Like, you know, like, I don't know. But the joke thing was a definite thing that I remember pretty clearly from my childhood growing up. And like people would say certain jokes and I just didn't get them, but I would just laugh because you know, everybody else was laughing. So I was like, oh, all right, I guess I'm supposed to laugh right now, you know. I like because I didn't understand what people were saying. It's called neuroexceptional or neurotypical, right? My son was so laid back as a baby and toddler. I insisted to his doctor something must be wrong. When you told him no, he never did it again. He never once threw a fit, not once. Wow. Yeah, some people are just lucky like that, that their kids are like super chill. Like my cousin, I remember my cousin Nico, she comes in here from time to time. Her son was such a good baby. He's still such a good kid. I love that kid. I just love him. He's the same age as Jesse. He's just born a different year than Jesse. Like they're close in age though. They're only a couple of months apart. Well, he's born the year after Jesse, but they're in the same grade in school and everything because Jesse is December. And I just love this kid. He's just such a he. Every time I see him, even if we don't see each other for like months, he gives me the biggest hug ever. I just love him. But he was such a good baby. And me and my husband used to like look at her because she would post things on like Instagram and Facebook. And he'd be like, they'd be at like a fancy restaurant or something. And he'd just be sitting there in his stroller, watching his iPad and, enjoying a steak, like he's an adult. And me and Chris, like, we didn't go out when Jesse was a baby that much because he was such like a fucking climber. You couldn't keep him in his car seat or his stroller. He climbed out of everything. Like he was just so active, like such an inquisitive, active child baby that it was like we just, we didn't want to like be those people in the restaurant that had a kid that was, crawling and climbing all over the place. So we just like tried to avoid doing certain things when he was a toddler, because he would never just sit still like that. Like that just would not happen with him, So it was like, and I used to be like, what the fuck, but I guess it's just the way it is. Like certain kids are built. My mom said I was the same way. My brother used to sleep in the crib, sleep in the stroller and just chill out. And I was her crazy one, I was the one who was fucking going nuts all the time. So, but I was like so jealous of my cousins. I'm like, oh my God, her baby looks such a pleasure. My son's a maniac. He's crazy. He was a crazy kid. Oh, he's definitely calmed down in the last, I would say 2 years, like a lot, he's definitely gotten a lot better. He's still a pain in the ass sometimes, but he's definitely like less, like sometimes I used to be like, does he even hear me? Like when I'm talking to him, like, he would just constantly moving, we'd have to yell at him. Like some parents, I hear it still to this day. Parents are like, oh, I wish my kid would stop playing video games. And I'm like, I wish my son would start playing video games. He just isn't interested in them. He's just not interested. Like he'd rather be outside doing something. That's just the kid that he is. Like some of his friends, some of my friends that I'm friends with through his hockey and everything, the parents are like, oh my God, if I let him sit there, he'll just play video games all day. And I'm like, wow, because my son would never do that. He would never sit there and play video games all day. Like, like sometimes I'm like, dude, go take your phone and go sit down. Like, enough activity for today. It's just, he's a very active kid. And I was the same way when I was a kid. Like my brother, he used to sit downstairs and play Nintendo for fucking hours and hours on end. I could sit there, play like maybe 2 rounds of something. And then I'm like, okay, I'm done with this, on to the next thing. Cause like, I just couldn't sit there all day. I never like, maybe in high school a little bit, cause I probably smoked tons of weed and it makes you tired and kind of calms you down. But like, I would never sit there and just watch TV for hours on end. Like, I just don't do that. I haven't typed huge hugs and similar in my post yet. In real life, I really can't stand to be touched. Even hugging my sister is weird. My kids now, they're adults. You know what though? I'm kind of the same way. I kind of don't like being touched. Like I have a weird thing. Like when people talk about getting massages, I just like cringe because I'm like, ugh. Like do not fucking touch me. I don't want somebody's hands on me like that. Like that just sounds so uncomfortable to me. Like, don't fucking touch my skin, please. Or pedicures, to have somebody like fondling your feet, like the thought of that, I'm like, ugh. Like, no. And I'm not like, I like hugging people though. I do like nice hug every now and then, especially when it comes to my cousin's kid, because he's so sweet. He's just such a good kid. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of kids, I don't know, my son, he's kind of shy with adults. He's not like the type of kid to sit there and have a conversation with an adult, where like I always love that. I love when a kid will sit and talk and have a conversation with an adult. I think it's, and my cousin's son's like that. He'll sit there and have a whole fucking conversation with me, like a full conversation. And it's just like the cutest thing. And he's just so thoughtful. He's like such a cute, cuddly kid. Yeah, girl. Like when people talk about getting massages, I'm like, ugh, good for you. Good for you. Please don't touch me. Like my husband still to this day, he'll like go to massage my back and I'm like, oh, I'm like, stop. And he's like, you're so weird. I'm like, I am. I just don't like that. Like I don't like people squeezing my back. Thank you. My neck or like anything, my shoulders. I just don't like the way it feels. Does he sit for a period of time if he's interested in something? Hyper kids do that with video games or Xbox. Yeah, he'll sit now. You know, when he was younger, not so much. I mean, like, yeah, he would. He would sit for periods of time if it was something he was interested in. Like, he'll sit there for hours and build a Lego set. You give that kid a Lego set. In fact, like, just this past, like, couple months ago, my friend bought his wife for, I think it was Mother's Day or Valentine's Day, rather. He bought her this, it's really cool, actually. It's a Birds of Paradise, the plant with the flower. He bought her this Lego set, Birds of Paradise Lego set. And he actually paid my son to put it together for him because he's like, I don't have the patience. And he's like, my son doesn't have the patience to sit there and put this thing together. My son was so excited because he's like, I'll get you a gift card, $25 gift card to anywhere, you know, if you build this for me. So my son took the thing home and literally sat here for like 2 hours one night and built the thing. I was even impressed because it was like, it's, you know, there's age groups on Lego things. So that's like an adult set, you know, and he put it together in like 2 hours all by himself. And he's just like, if he's into something like that, yeah, he'll sit there and focus on it. But again, like video games don't hold his attention too long. He has PlayStation, like this thing was broken for like 4 months and he didn't even care. He just like, well, whatever, you know, like he tried fixing it, he couldn't fix it, and then he just finds something else to do. Even if I take his phone away, like he doesn't like, he'll just go find something else to do, you know? Like he'd rather sit out in the backyard and shoot hockey pucks at the net for like 2 hours. Mm. I can't stand anybody trying to hug me when I'm crying. Everybody has their certain things. My son used to love lining his Hot Wheels up as a kid. Yeah, my son used to do that too, actually. He used to like the Hot Wheels. You know, well, we all know a massage from our husband isn't really a massage. Yeah, that's true. I just don't like the whole thought of somebody just squeezing my back. Like, I just don't like that. I don't like being touched. My dad was like that too. Like, he didn't like being touched. But you know what? I have questioned if my dad was maybe like Asperger's or something because he was like really socially like fucked up. And I used to like wonder if he had friends growing up. See, like, I was a very social kid. Not as social as my son. I have to give my son credit. I brought him to the park the other day, right? And he's an only child, you know, so I guess maybe that pushes him to be like more social with other kids. But I bring him to they built a new playground over here and we keep passing it every day. So, you know, on Sunday, he's like, let's go check the new playground out. So we go there, we checked it out, whatever. And then we go to this other park because there was no kids at the one playground. So we go to the other park and, you know, he was like running around and these kids asked him to play tag with him. So we played tag with them. And then he sees like these two kids that he said he recognized from school, like, but he didn't know them. He sees them playing basketball. So he comes up to me. He's like, Mom, I'm going to go ask those kids if I could play basketball with them. And I was like, really? Like, all right, you know? So he walked right in there and he just walked up to them. He's like, yo, can I play? And I'm like, holy shit, like, he's so ballsy, my son. Like, I was very social with kids I knew, but like I was shy when it came to kids I didn't know. I would never do that. There's no way you would ever like fucking. I would just go up to some strange kids on the playground and ask if I could play in their game. And I'm like sitting there watching them. I'm like, I got to give this kid credit here. Like, not only did he play the game, he like took over the game, kind of. And it was getting to the point where I was like, Jesse, you got to let go of the ball sometimes. But I was like, you know, he's very friendly, you know, and I'm like, I was just like impressed because I was like, I would never have fucking done that as a kid. Like I wouldn't have walked up to a group of kids that I didn't know and be like, here, can I play? You know, like I'm like, I gotta give him credit for that. Like, that was pretty cool that he did that, you know? He's like pretty, social, but I was social as a kid. My brother was very shy. My dad, forget it. I don't even know if he ever had a friend in his life. Like, I really do question if he had like friends. I only know of one friend that he had. Like, my mom, she was super social, dude. My mom had tons of friends, dude. Tons of friends. But I was, and I was the same way. Like, I had a lot of friends. My brother, he was like more like a nerdy type where he had friends. He always had like a group of friends, but a small group, Nobody was a stranger. I was the same way as a kid. Nobody was a stranger to me. Terrified my mother. I know. Well, I had to tell my son too. Like, don't, I don't mind you talking to other kids, but don't talk to adults. Like, that you don't know. If it's somebody we know, fine, but don't talk to adults you don't know, because he is like super friendly. He's shy with adults though. Like, he's getting better though. I think his hockey coach, honestly, because he actually talked to us about it. He's like, I'm working on Jesse trying to, give me eye contact when I talk to him, because he did. If you were like, I would watch him if he's talking to other adults. He like puts his head down while they're talking to him, and it almost looks like he's not even paying attention to them. So his coach, actually, like his two hockey coaches, like that's why I love these guys. They're great. They're not only working on like hockey skills with these kids, but like social skills and other things with them. And they were like, we're gonna get Jesse to talk to us and be comfortable with us, and they did. By the end of the year, he got a lot more comfortable with them, and now he's like a lot more outgoing with adults. Like, he'll actually like go talk to an adult, or we'll be in the store and he'll go ask like the worker a question, where he would never do that before last year. So me, when I was a kid, I was the opposite. I would talk to any adult, but I was kind of shyer with like kids, especially older kids. Kids my own age, I didn't care. But for some reason, like if there was like an older kid, I would be shy with the older kid, unless it was like one of my brother's friends or something. But gotta go. Hubby not doing good again. Uh-oh. Let me know what's going on, Purple Rain. Starts with great parenting. Definitely does. I feel like, what though, when he was when he was like preschool age, toddler age, I always brought him somewhere. I brought him to the park. I brought him to the library, and I kind of like forced him to play with other kids, because I always felt bad that he was an only child, So I was like, he needs to like socialize with other kids. So I was like, it was a big thing for me to make sure that I was bringing him places that he could socialize with other kids, and I kind of pushed him to do that. Like, go ask the kid his name, like ask him what his name is, go play with him. So I guess it's just, he kind of grew up that way. My husband's daughter says, oh, there she goes making friends in the grocery store. They say, why can't you just walk in the store and walk out instead of talking? April, my mom was the same way. And it's really funny because I'm the same way too. And my husband's the same way. Everywhere we go, I'm like, oh, he's even worse than I am, my husband. I'm like, oh, Chris made a friend again. Because everywhere we go, he's got to fucking talk to somebody. He makes a friend. It's like the funniest thing. But I'm kind of the same way too. Like, I talk to like everybody. So my daughter will be 20 this Friday, and she's never known a stranger in her whole life. She's just like my husband. Yeah, they make friends wherever they go. My husband literally makes friends everywhere he goes. Like, and it's kind of weird because when we first started dating, he wasn't really like that. I think maybe I rubbed off on him a little bit. At least I like to think I did, because he was kind of like shy a little bit. But I talked to everybody. And he used to be like, why are you talking to everybody? I'm like, because I don't know. My mom always did. Like, we'd be online, and somebody online would be like telling my mom their fucking life story. And the same thing happens to me all the time. I'll just like walk in a store, and all of a sudden, like, some lady online will turn around and start telling me like her fucking problems. And I'm like, oh, all right. I try to work on my resting bitch face so like people don't talk to me sometimes, but it doesn't always work. Like, I try purposely to kind of look like mean, but it don't work. My mom, though, like, she just had that look to her that like you just knew if you spoke to her, she was friendly. Like, because she was always, she just looked friendly, Me, I got like my dad. My dad, I wouldn't even talk to him if I wasn't related to him. He looked like he had the resting dick face, right? Because for girls, it's a bitch face. My dad had the, like, if you look up resting bitch face, but for men in the fucking dictionary, you'll see a picture of my dad because he had that shit down packed. My friends were all terrified of him. Nobody wanted to talk to him. And everybody was like, bye, your dad's home. See you later. Like my neighbor, she used to call me up and be like, you want to hang out? I'd be like, yeah. She'd be like, is your dad home? Yeah. She'd be like, okay, come over here. Because he just had this look about him that made people not want, like, he totally looked unapproachable, my dad. You know, like there was just something about him that made him not look friendly. And I even knew it as a kid. I was like, he does look scary. Like, I get it. I get why people are scared of him. I think it had to do with number one, he was really tall, my dad, right? So when somebody's 6'3" and they're tall, like, and you're a kid, they just look huge to you, you know? And I think it was just, I don't know, he just looked like maybe it was his Frankenstein fucking haircut or something that he had that scared people. I'm not really sure, but he just never smiled. Like, so, you know, when people like smile and look at you, they make eye contact, it's like an inviting, you know, feeling. Like my dad, he would just like pretend you weren't even there. So he was just not approachable. I don't know how to explain it. Beefrigs, you don't have a resting bitch face. You don't look like that. There's some people who just have that permanent stank face, you know, and you're like, oh, I don't want to talk to that girl, you know, because they just have stank face all the time. You're not one of those people. You're definitely not. My husband's the nicest guy ever, but some people think he's unapproachable. I feel like my husband could be like that too, though. If you don't know him, like, you know, you don't want to talk to him. There's this guy that my son used to play hockey with, right? And he ran like the rink, and everybody felt like this, even myself included. He just had this look about him that he feels so unapproachable. Like I talked to him, but it took me a long time to like warm up to him because he looks like he doesn't want to talk to people. I can't explain it. It's just like he gives this vibe off, the way his face is, everything. It's just like you feel like he just doesn't want to talk to you, you know? So I don't know. There's just certain people out there that have this certain look that makes you feel like, I don't think that person likes, you know, communicating with other humans. So I try to work on mine, but it's not that good. Dang, I gotta work to do my resting bitch face. I'm trying to think who has a resting, like Tiffany probably has a good resting bitch face, right? She don't even need to try. I need to try. I need to work on it. Looking like miserable. A lot of the times I just wear my sunglasses. This way people can't see my eyes, and then you know, if people like don't see your eyes, I feel like they don't talk to you as much because they don't know if you're like making contact with them. My best friend could win a contest for resting bitch face. I thought she hated me the first year we knew each other just because she always looked at me like she wanted to rip my head off. That's so funny. I know people like that too. Like there's people that I just like avoided because I'm like, they don't look too friendly. And then you end up like talking to them and you're like, oh my God. Like that's this lady I worked with, when she came to work, she was scary. Like I was a little not like intimidated by her, but like she looked mean, you know, she just had this look on her face that she looked mean and like she was gonna bite your head off. And she ended up being one of the nicest people in the world, you know? It was just the way she looked. She just had this really fucking mean look to her. It's like kind of scary and off-putting. Tiffany's resting bitch faces from sleeping upside down, hanging from inside her closet. Oh, that's so funny. I'm the same way. Everyone talks to me in public, and sometimes I just want to avoid people. Yeah, like I get it. I'm social, but I get into like days where I just don't want to talk to people, and I'm like, I like walk by people and pretend I didn't see them. Like, and I'm a dick sometimes, you know. There's just like some days where I'm like, oh, I just don't feel like having conversations. Like, I don't feel like communicating with other humans today. Sorry, humans. You know. You definitely have an approachable look though about you. Like, you know, you look like somebody who I would approach and feel comfortable talking to, which is a good thing. You don't want to look unapproachable, you know? Like I don't want to I don't ever want to come off that way to people, but I guess I do sometimes, you know, because I've had people tell me like, oh, I thought you didn't like me. And I'm like, no, I'm like, I just, you know, I'm not the type of person to go out of my way to like talk to people sometimes, you know, too. I get to know people slowly. I don't like just let people in my life that easily. Like I'm friendly, but to an extent. I wish I was. I'm an introvert with extreme social anxiety. Shutterbug, I had pretty bad. I went through a phase of having really bad social anxiety when I was like in high school. I honestly think it was because I smoked a lot of weed and weed just gave me anxiety, like made me feel self conscious and gave me anxiety. But I totally get social anxiety, you know? I didn't really have it so much when I was a kid. I felt like I just like I went through a period in like middle school and high school and I had social anxiety, you know, for a little bit and it was oh, it sucks, you know, it's horrible cuz like people used to say to me all the time like in high school, they'd be like, "Oh, you know, Leanna doesn't talk." And I'd be thinking in my head, "No, Leanna talks a lot." You know, like I'm a very talkative person, but like with certain people, I would be very closed off because I would have like social anxiety. So, like I still to this day, I really don't like being in like large crowds of people and I need my alone time, you know? Like I need to reset after socializing with people. You know, like I need like a battery reset. Like sometimes when we go away on these tournaments with my son's team, I just like get to like a point where I'm like, oh my God, I need to like go hide in a corner somewhere. Like I'm done socializing with people like today. You know, like it's too much. I'm done talking. Like I'm just done. So I get it. It sucks. It's a really shitty thing. It's too peoply outside. I got most shy award at eighth grade. Get out of here. I don't know. I just went through like this little period and I used to think like I hate that people think I'm not talkative because I am. I'm very talkative. Like, I mean, shit, you could go through my elementary school report cards and every single fucking card says Leanna talks too much in class. You know, like I'm not that person that's shy and doesn't talk, but around certain people, I was, you know, I would just be like shy because like I don't know, I just got to know people. And I used to look at other people that were like really outgoing and like be like, why can't I be like that? You know? But I ended up like in my 20s, I don't know, just kind of coming out of that and like not being socially awkward anymore. You know? I got into like just talking to people and now I just talk to everybody pretty much. I'm pretty friendly. But I'm still a little standoffish with people at sometimes. Like when I'm first meeting people, like last year, my son started on a new team, you know, and we were meeting all new parents and everything. And, you know, I'm friendly, but like I also could be a little standoffish sometimes and not like yeah, especially with the moms. I don't know, you know, at first, because like some of the moms are like hard to talk to, but I'm so lucky because like we ended up with an awesome group of moms, like everything. I love all the moms on our team. They're all friendly. You know what I'm saying? They all hang out. A lot of them are like my age, so you know, sometimes when they're like older, it's harder to talk to them and find things in common with, but I'm naturally introverted. People tire me out. Yeah, my dad was like the definition of the introvert. I used to be Julie, the cruise director of my block, but as I get older, I'm less sociable, less tolerable of humans. Yeah, I think that's like a natural thing, though. I mean, when I lived in my neighborhood, like home, I was like the fucking mayor of the fucking town. Like everybody would stop by my house and talk to me, you know. I mean, like literally, I could just go stand outside and somebody would drive down my block and I'd end up talking to them for like 3 hours, just standing out in front of my house. Like everybody knew me, you know, and I talked to everybody. when I got older, though, it was weird. I don't know. I just went through like a weird social anxiety phase in high school. It was just probably because I was self-conscious about myself, you know, because I think that's what a lot of social awkwardness comes down to is like you being self-conscious and thinking too much about what other people are thinking about you, you know? So I think if you let go of some of that and just realize that like people aren't paying attention to the things that you think they're paying attention to, you'll probably feel a lot more comfortable. I definitely think Pugs is not socially Pugs definitely doesn't have social anxiety. Not everyone. My husband can go. It never affects him. His idea of downtime is way different than my idea of downtime. Says to put out live traps, I will punch them. Like 20 is not enough. I had to touch a dead rat. Jeez. Ooh. I've been labeled the social butterfly, but I genuinely like people and think people are interesting. I give extra attention to the elderly. April, that warms my heart because I hate. Oh my god, I saw a video the other day online. It was like on my local news. They put it on the Instagram of this guy. Oh my god, I just want to cry thinking about it because nothing fucking pisses me off when people disrespect old people like that. And this guy was somebody had caught him on camera kicking. Oh my god, it was so bad. I just like I could cry just thinking about it because like I think of my grandpa and he was so small and so cute and I'm like, how do you do this? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? There was like an old man and he was standing up and the guy literally fucking lifts his foot up and like not really kicked him, but like pushed him down with his foot, like used his foot to push the guy down and he fell into the chair and my heart, I just can't handle seeing shit like that because I'm like, how the fuck do you do that to an old person? You know, it was this old man, he was probably in like his 70s, you know, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with somebody who would even think to do that? Like, I mean, and that's like a big thing, the elderly abuse. Oh my God. I was like so heartbroken watching this thing because it's just like, how do you fucking do that, dude? How do you kick an old person? I always try to be nice to old people because it's like, dude, society does just forget about you when you're fucking old. People like ignore you. It's like you're not even like, you know, like relevant anymore. That's the way it seems. So always make sure to pay extra attention to older people. Like my mom always used to tell me, you have such patience with her, Liana, because my mom would like lose her patience with my grandmother. She's like, I feel so bad, but I just lose my patience with her because like, you know, she was getting old and she was forgetting things and her hearing was kind of going. And my mom would get like mad that I guess she would get like annoyed with her sometimes. And she's like, she felt bad about it. She always said, you know, she's like, I feel so bad, but like, I can't help it. I just get annoyed with her, like having to repeat myself. And she's like, you're so good with her. And I'm like, because I feel like, because I know it's not her fault. Like, you know, I know it is annoying. Trust me. I understand what you're saying, but I'm like, you know, I just try to like deal with it. I don't know. Cause she's old, you know, like I always keep that in my head. She's old. Cause I would always look at the family party and like my nana would just be sitting there looking lost because she couldn't hear everybody. So I would make it a point to go sit down with her and have a conversation with her at the party because, you know, it's like everybody's ignoring her because she can't hear. And I'm like, could you imagine what that's like sitting there and not being able to hear what everybody's saying? You know, I used to just feel so bad for her. Yeah, we're all going to be old soon. It makes me feel better because sometimes the world is just awful. Yeah, it can be really awful, awful place. You know, that video just killed me the other day. I was like so upset. I'm like, where is this guy? Because I want to fucking punch him right in the face. Fucking kicking an old man. What the fuck is wrong with you? You know, abusing them. It's so sad. Like, why would you even work in a place like that if you don't have patience for old people? Like, I don't even understand people who get these jobs, even like at doctor's offices. They're so, there was this one girl at one of my doctor's offices. And she was the biggest fucking bitch. And I went off on her one day. I'm like, why the fuck do you work at a place where you need to deal with other humans? Like, maybe this isn't the job for you, you know? If you can't deal with it, like, you're yelling at sick people. What is wrong with you? My neighborhood, there's a lot of older folks and they ask for help. Then we start talking. You can tell they just want to be heard. Yeah. I don't know. I enjoy hearing old people's stories. Like, I fucking, my nanny used to tell me the craziest stories from when she was young. And like, I really enjoyed hearing them. Like, you know, she would tell me stories like about when her and my grandfather met, right? And she loved showing her pictures off, my nana. She loved to show her pictures. So she busted out a photo album one day. It was all like pictures from when her and my grandfather started dating. And if you think about it, people didn't carry cameras around all that much back then. And she said, she's like, I never wanted to forget anything. So I always had my camera. And it's kind of funny because like my mom picked that up and so did I. Like my mom used to always carry a camera around with her. And I always have my camera, you know, when I, you know, before like cell phones were a thing. Obviously, we all have cameras now, but I used to like carry my camera around with me. You know, it was always in my car. And my mom did the same thing. She took pictures. I mean, she had so many pictures. And my nana was telling me, she's like, I just didn't want to forget anything. So I had a camera and I brought it everywhere with me. And so she had so many pictures, but she was like, I didn't know this. Like, she told me this story about how my grandfather, they went up to, I think it was Niagara Falls, and they took pictures. And my grandfather didn't want her wearing makeup. And I think it was because he was insecure and jealous. You know, my grandmother was beautiful when she was young, you know. I mean, she was beautiful as an older woman too, but I'm just saying, like, she was, you could tell looking at the pictures of her that she definitely got a lot of male attention when she was young, because even as an old lady in her little 50 and over apartment complex, she had men all over her. Like, it was so funny. I was like, Nana, you're like the fucking popular lady over here in the little, you know, old lady community. So funny. All the men loved her. And she used to tell me, she'd be like, I'm not talking to them. I did my time already. I don't need no man. She was so funny. But anyway, you know, she was telling me like, oh, you know, grandpa didn't want me wearing lipstick. And she's like, I didn't have lipstick on. Like, I wouldn't have known that unless I sat down and had this whole conversation with her about it. You know, she told me my grandfather didn't like her wearing makeup and he didn't like her dressing a certain way. And, you know, I don't know. I kind of enjoy those stories. Maybe I'm weird. I would catch a charge if I saw someone at, yeah, me too, girl. I almost feel like getting a job at that fucking place just so I can fucking stop people like that. Heads up to the person that or kudos to the person that took the video. We have stacks of photo albums my grandmother made. She made one for each of her kids, all the grandkids. She was really into scrapbooks, craft hoarder. Yeah, that's awesome. My grandmother, I don't know what happened to all her pictures. I got some of them back, but some of them, the ones I got back were all doubles, basically, of pictures that I already had. But she had a whole dresser in her living room, like a kind of like a dresser, that like a bureau that you would put in your bedroom. She had one in her living room and the whole thing was filled with pictures, pretty much. And then she had a closet that was filled with pictures. I mean, she had so many pictures, my grandmother. She used to, every family party, you know, she'd walk around, take pictures of all the grandkids. I mean, she was always carrying her camera, my grandmother. Like, I like when I think of her when I was a kid, I just remember her always with the little camera in her hand all the time, you know? She loved taking pictures. Mm-hmm. I know, Black Eagle, that scares me so much. I always think about that. Like, I love that we used to get all the pictures printed. I was trying to explain that to my son the other day, and he just had like no fucking concept of it. Like, I was trying because I had found my old, or I don't know if it was mine, it might have been my mom's. She had a Minolta camera. My mom always had like the I want to say DSLR camera, but it's not digital. It's I guess SLR, you know, like the nice cameras that you could change the lenses and shit. She always had one, and then she bought me one when I was in high school for my birthday. It was a nice camera. It was like a pretty expensive camera. Um, and anyway, I was trying to explain to him how it worked because, you know, I opened it up and I showed him the film. There was a roll of film in there that was, you know, not used yet. And I was trying to explain to him, you know, Like you used to have to take this thing, bring it to the store, and then they would process it for you. You'd have to wait like a week. So like you took the picture and you had no idea what was going to be on your film. Like it was kind of a cool surprise once you got your film back. You're like, oh shit, I forgot I took this picture, because like you didn't even know if your pictures came out good. Like I don't know how the fuck people did photography before digital photography, because like I adjust my settings. Like you had to really know your settings, because I adjust my settings like when I'm taking pictures or something. I adjust my settings based off of the result I get, so I can't imagine not knowing what the result is immediately, because I don't really understand the settings. And no matter how many times I watch videos about aperture and ISOs and all this shit, or I read something about it and I try to figure out, I can't remember. It doesn't fucking stay in my brain. Like what setting does what, really? I mean, it kind of does, but I would never be able to just like blindly go somewhere and put the settings on and be confident that those settings are the right settings for what I'm shooting. I always need to see the result to make sure it's coming out, not too overexposed or underexposed. But it's like, I'm trying to explain this to him and he's like, what? Like he didn't understand. He had no concept of like, whatever, but he doesn't understand a lot of things. He still doesn't understand that we didn't have iPads. Like I used to tell him, I'm like, if we wanted to listen to a song on the radio, we either had to go buy the tape, or fucking wait for it to come on like Hot 97, on the radio, and then like hope that you could record it, and like, you couldn't just go on YouTube and look up like a song and fucking listen to it like you can now. But I kind of do miss, the development of film, because there's like a whole chunk of my life where when I first got a digital camera, that I don't even have the pictures from anymore, because we put them on the computer in our house. The computer like blew up or whatever, stopped working, and that's it. So the pictures are all gone from like I would say the early 2000s to like 2000 maybe 6, once we started smartening up and putting things on like backup drives and shit. But even those could go bad one day. I have a lot of pictures on Shutterfly still, from like the early 2000s, because my mom was like, obviously way into cameras. So as soon as digital cameras, I was like the first one of my friends to have a digital camera. And I'll never forget like bringing it. It was like this little Casio point and shoot. It was like 2 megapixels. It was horrible quality, but it was like 2 or 3 megapixels. And I bring it over to my friend's house, and we were like taking, quote unquote selfies. And like, we couldn't believe it. We were like, oh my God, this is so cool. You can see yourself immediately. Like you don't have to develop it. Like what, it was like the coolest fucking thing ever, that we could like take pictures and like see the result right then and there. I mean, the only comparison to that was like a Polaroid, that you could take a picture and, have it in your hand within a minute at least. I never had a Polaroid though, because they weren't known for taking great pictures. You couldn't really zoom with them, so they were kind of just point and shoot cameras, most of them. I always wanted one. He was Sandy, what? Danny, what? She was Rizzo. Who was Rizzo? Bad pixels for prints. Yeah, you would have been great at that type of thing, making photo books for people. I actually used to do that, when I was I don't know, in my 20s. When I worked with a photographer, he had originally hired me to design the wedding albums. That was the original deal. He needed a wedding album designer because they were starting to do the wedding albums differently. They were being printed instead of like just putting pictures in an album. They were like kind of doing the photojournalistic approach to wedding albums, where you made a design. So he hired me originally for that, and then I started, he's like, oh, you take pictures? I'm like, yeah. He's like, I have an extra camera, come with me. So I was like, all right. So I started going on shoots with him too. My mom loved her Polaroid. I have one still. Yeah, now, it's funny when the digital cameras came out, I was like, well, this is it for Polaroid, but I got to give them props. They like figured out a way to fit themselves into the new age of cameras. I wonder if people still like use film. Like you don't really, I guess they still sell it, right? I don't know. I mean, I took photography in high school. We had to go in the dark room and develop the film. I was horrible at it. It's hard. It's not an easy thing to do. You know, I remember they used to give you like this black, it was so weird. It was like sleeves. It was like a bag, and it was like these two black sleeves that went over your arms all the way up to your shoulders. And it was almost like you were putting your hands in like your, like, picture if you're wearing a hoodie and you put your hands in the pocket on the stomach and you're trying to like open. So you would have to like open the film in the little bag, this little black baggy thing that blocks the light out. And then you go in the dark room and you got to put it in all these stank ass chemicals that smell horrible. Oh my God. The chemicals were terrible. They were fucking horrible. And yeah, and you had to develop them, but I sucked at it. I could never get my pictures developed right. But it was kind of cool, because you put it in the one solution and then you pick it up with the tongs and you put it in the other solution, and like all of a sudden the picture just magically appears. It's like, it is cool because you're like, how the fuck did I just do that? Like, this picture just all of a sudden shows up in the water, whatever chemical it is. It was cool though. I always wanted a black room, but in school we could only do black and white photos. I don't know why. I don't know what, like, I don't know. Yeah, I guess we shot on black and white film. I still have some of my pictures that I took in high school. I took some cool pictures. I loved photography class. Like, I was like, what fucking better class could you take than, like somebody, yeah, just like, here, go out and take pictures of like 6 things. Like, that's the best homework assignment ever. I loved that class, and I had a video editing class. That was cool too. I took photography all through high school. I loved the dark room, but thinking back now at how time consuming it is, yeah, it was crazy. I loved it. You know what I didn't learn in high school, which I felt like, looking back, I wish my teacher focused more on this, was she didn't really teach us how to use the camera. Like, she taught us like the rule of third, which is like when you take, and I use that a lot to this day, when you take a picture. So basically, say if you're like looking at, I don't know, a tree, and then a background, is just the sky and grass and just one tree. You don't put the tree in the center of the frame. You put it off to the left, right? Or the right. And then, like, that could still be your focal point. It's just off to the left a little bit. So even if you look at my website, I kind of use that. Not really on my website all that much because you kind of have to shoot things head on, but it's just like the composition of the frame, like, not always putting things in the center, because people always think to make a picture interesting, you have to take a picture and the thing that you're taking the picture of has to be the focal point in the center, and that's just not the way it is. It has to, you could have it off to the left and make it just as interesting, or off to the right. But she taught us stuff like that, but she didn't teach us like the settings on the camera, really, like, which is like the really important part to know if you're shooting in manual mode and you want to learn how to, adjust your settings instead of having your camera do it. Because I don't know, you can never get the settings right at, like, auto. I never use auto mode because it just never, the pictures never come out the way you envision it to come out when you're shooting in auto. I mean, yeah, you could get a nice clear picture, but thanks, Alicia. I have actually lights though. I have a reflector. I have two soft boxes, probably not as good as yours. I mean, I have flashes. I have my ring light. Uh, you know, I have all that. I actually was looking. There was a thing for a job called what was it? Like some portrait company, and I was like, oh, I'd love to do that for like extra money, but I'm like so nervous with my skills. Your lenses won't fit on my cameras though, Alicia, because I have a Canon. I'm gonna have to go buy a Nikon. I need one more lens, and then I feel like if I get that one lens, I'll be comfortable shooting. Because right now, I love my favorite lens out of all my lenses is my 50 millimeter. I fucking love that lens. That's if you look on my website, every picture on there, almost every picture is taken with that lens. I love the soft, effect you get with the blurred out background with that lens. Like I just love the way it shoots. And then I love my big lens, my whatever it is, 20, what is it? I don't know. I don't remember the millimeters. I'm not good at that. But I want one that's in between, like I don't know. I don't know the numbers. I always have to look it up. But my alien bees are collecting dust. What is an alien bee? Is that like the ones that you need, what do you call it? Is that the one that you need like the remote that you use with like a remote, like a slave almost? Soldier, you would love the 50 millimeter lens. I'm telling you, it takes such nice photos, and you could get really like up close to things, which I like kind of like a macro lens. I love it. That is my favorite lens to shoot with. Like, I just love the way the pictures come out, and it's like the most. I only paid like I don't know $200 or $300 for it. It's my favorite one. I absolutely love the way the pictures come out. I mean, I have a lens that costs more than my fucking camera costs. And I love that one too. It's just so heavy. I have both macro and micro lenses plus fisheye. LEBs are lights still or used with slave. Okay, that's what I figured. I just love it. I don't know. I love that lens. It's so it just if you go on my website, Soldier, go on my website. All those pictures, pretty much all of them were taken with that lens on, because I don't really have a good lens for shooting like close up things, because I hate the lens that came with my camera. That thing, I don't even use that thing. So um I have a telephoto lens that my mom bought me years ago, but it's not the best. It's good. It's all right for like a beginner lens, but I want like a really nice like portrait lens, like the art series lens, the Sigma or art series. The 50 and set. See, that's the same with me, Alicia. My 70 to 200 millimeter. I love that lens. I need to get a monopod for that thing, because it is so fucking heavy to hold it, and it's a pain in the ass, and I don't want to carry a tripod around. I hate tripods. So when we go to like Jesse's tournaments, all the guys that are taking pictures have like the same lens, and they use a monopod to like balance it. And I'm like, I need to get myself one of those. I would alert eventually, but it's an expensive ass hobby. You know what though? I don't look. You could get really good pictures. I mean, I don't use it just because I have better lenses. But if you use the little 35 millimeter lens that comes on your camera, or you spend maybe like $100 and get, hold on, I'll tell you which one it is. Because I never had nice lenses. I just started buying them a couple of years ago, and I always got really nice pictures. If you're just doing it as a hobby, you don't need to go and spend $1 million on expensive lenses. Honestly, you just don't. I have what is this? This was the one my mom bought me. So it's a 55 to 250 millimeter lens, and I'll tell you, I got a lot of nice pictures with that lens. You know, that was like my lens that I used for everything when I didn't have nicer lenses, but I got the 50 millimeter just takes such nice pictures. If you're doing like I guess portraits or something like close up, and you really want the background like blown out, blurry, that's the lens for you. I refuse to upgrade because I'm fixing to retire. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't invest the money if you're not going to do it. I refuse. They actually make some really nice cameras nowadays that you don't even need to, buy a camera necessarily that has like a lens that you could change out. I want to get a mirrorless camera. That's my next thing, but they're really fucking expensive. I'm waiting for them to come down a little bit in price. But they take really good pictures and video. I could possibly finance a good camera via my prepay account, but I will need advice on what's good. If I'm going to invest in a camera, I want a good camera. I would go with the Canon 80D if they still sell it. That's what I have. That's like the best consumer camera that they sell. You know, it's pricey, but you could go online and get a nice kit, with it. Sometimes they have deals where it'll come with like a nice lens, you could like upgrade. I mean, you're going to be spending almost $1,000, but if you're like looking to get into it like more, then I mean, I would suggest that. But any of like the Canon Rebel series, they're fine. If you're just doing like regular pictures, you don't need to have, anything fancy. I mean, if you're doing like what Alicia does, then you need to, obviously get a better camera, but I mean, mine works just fine with what I'm doing, which is just a hobbyist basically. I'm not taking professional pictures. I mean, my camera works just fine. But before I would ever spend money on another camera, I would get a mirrorless one. When I get out on the boat and capture the orcas, oh, I'm so jealous. I wish I could see orcas. I mean, I love taking pictures, so I love Canon. Been shooting with Canon since my film days. I was a hardcore Minolta girl. I only had Minolta cameras, me and my mom. And then once the digital age started, I switched over to Canon, and I love Canon. They make great products. My printer's Canon. Both of my printers are Canon. Like, I love Canon, so. Care to explain how to finance a camera? Well, you could go in like, I guess, Best Buy and use Afterpay, or online use like something like Sezzle or Afterpay. Or you could get a store credit card, like from like whatever, Best Buy, and just pay it off, because usually they give you a year interest free. But I don't know if they sell professional grade cameras at Best Buy. That's the only problem. I know they sell like different lenses on their website. I don't know if you could walk in the store and buy them, but if you do something like Sezzle or something like that, you could pay whatever it is a month. They break it down for you when you sign up. So, fellow bird nerd. I love birds. I have what do you call it? I have my bird feeder on my window. I love it. They come right up to the window. I have Canon EOS 80D, and I can't figure it out to save my life. I can't get like distance shots. What are you using though? What lens are you using? Because that's with that camera, if you're looking to get far away shots for close up, you need to have a telephoto lens. You're not going to get it with you know what I'm saying? Like the kit lens that comes only is going to zoom a certain amount, and that's it. So you need to get a zoom lens, one that can zoom in, if that's what you're trying to capture. I think it's just the most important. There was one video I watched. I got to see if I saved it, but there was one video I watched where the guy really explained the settings in like a very simplistic way, and it just made sense. I still don't like fully remember, but that's the beauty of having, having a digital camera, that you could just, play around with the settings, take a picture. Okay, this isn't working. Let me go in the other direction and see if it works that way. That's basically what I do. I'll just take the picture and I look at it and I'm like, okay. And then with the ISOs, all you have to remember is like, if you're in like when I go shoot in the hockey rink, because the lighting's kind of low and I'm shooting something that's fast, I put my like ISOs up to like in the thousands. But if you're just shooting regular stuff, outside where it's bright, you go lower, 400. It depends on what you're shooting. But the other settings, you just play around with them, really. There's two settings that you really have to play it. Well, three. The ISO is right. And then you have to play with your aperture and I always forget the name of the other one. Holy shit. Hold on. I have my camera right here. The ISOs and Hold on. See, I can never remember the fucking names or anything. The only problem I ever had with this camera is that the little dial, the thing fell off of it, so I couldn't tell which mode I was in, but they sell a replacement one online. So if I'm in manual, I'm playing with the ISO settings, the aperture, and the shutter speed. I don't know why I couldn't remember that, right? So my aperture, I keep it at 1.8 with my 50 millimeter lens because I want to get a nice blur in the background. And my really the one I tell you it the most is the shutter speed. If it's too far down, it's gonna let in too much light, and your picture is gonna get overexposed. If it's light out, if you have good lighting, so you got to move it up. Just make sure your picture looks right. That's all. There's really no like magic formula. You just got to kind of figure it out as you go. Play around with the settings. That's what I do. 200 on a clear day is usually good. Sometimes 100 if it's really bright out. 400 if it's closer to the evening. Adjusting as the light adjusts. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it's really just a matter of sitting there one day and like playing with all your settings and trying to figure out what setting works good, for what. And that's it. I mean, that's the easiest way. Yeah, Alicia takes really good pictures. She really does. So many of her photos look like a beautiful dream. Yeah, everything's perfect. It really is. Shutter priority. Yeah, you could shoot in shutter priority. I used to shoot in that all the time. Now I shoot in full manual. But when I was first like trying to figure it out, I would shoot in what is it? AI or AV or TV, one of those. And this way you're only really messing with one setting. The camera will set up the rest of it for you, right? Your ISOs and everything else. And you're just playing with the one setting. That's all it is. All those different things on the dial, that's what that is. So it's like the camera will compensate for all the other settings except one. So shutter priority, aperture priority, whatever it is. I just shoot I mostly shoot in full manual now, but I never used to, because I didn't know. I just didn't know what all the settings meant. But once I watched this one video, this guy kind of like really explained it in like the most layman, simplistic terms. Because sometimes you watch these videos or you read about it and like they just get so fucking into detail that you really don't need to know, and it gets confusing. This guy just broke it down in the most like simplistic way, and I was like, thank you. I was like, because how many times I've watched videos about this and like couldn't understand what the people were saying. Thank you for just breaking it down simple for me. And I think he even has a cheat sheet that I downloaded. I don't use it anymore, but at the time, I would use it. It's like just to glance at. Shoot in man. In the evening, you need a tripod because you want your aperture lower. Right, because yeah, exactly. You don't want to shake. If your camera shakes, you're gonna get a shaky picture. So definitely want a tripod. If you're shooting like those pictures that you see where people take pictures of like cars driving at night, the headlights like off a bridge or something, there you have to have a tripod for that, because if you don't, your camera's gonna shake and then you're just gonna get a blur. You're not gonna get like a straight line off of it. So I hate my tripod. I hate all tripods. I don't know why, but I just do. That's why I want to get a monopod. I mean, you could even use a remote to shoot with that. What was the name of the Canon? The 80D. Canon 80D. You don't even need that though, Sarah. Like if that's too expensive, my mom had the Rebel XTI and she took really nice pictures with that, So, and that one's like, I don't know, I think that one's like around 500, It's not like as expensive. So, the Canon 80D is like pretty much the top of the consumer, normal like hobbyist line, I would say. And you could take video with it too. I'm pretty sure you could take video with most of their digital SLRs. Like I have three cameras because my mom bought me one for like Christmas years ago. And then I have her camera now. and I let my son use that one because he likes taking pictures too. He's like, Mom, set me up with a camera. Like, he loves he's such a ham, my son. He is the biggest ham on the planet. He's like always like wants me to take videos of him and pictures and everything. He's like such a fucking ham. He'll be like, Mom, bring your camera so we could get pictures. Like, he just loves, I don't know. I swear to God, this kid's gonna have a freaking YouTube channel one day because he's like he makes like little videos. And I'm like, how the fuck did you even figure out? He edited this one video like recently. It was so funny. It was him like pretending to be, I don't know, some hockey player. And he's pretending to fight two guys. So he had to like play the role of both guys. And he did such a good job editing it like together. And I'm like, how did you figure this out, dude? Like, seriously, at fucking 10 years old. Like, I don't know. It's amazing what these kids do nowadays. But he really is like, he does a really good job. Like, making videos. Like, he'll be like, hi guys, like he has like a little intro. He tells who he is, what he's doing, because he's been watching YouTube his whole life, but he's really good at it. My son, one day maybe he'll be a big YouTuber. Hockey don't work out. 80D 80, yeah, the number 80 and then D. I'm pretty sure they still sell it. You know what, Sarah? You could even buy a used one, I'm sure, like on eBay for like half the price. I'm sure they still sell it. I mean, I can't see why they wouldn't sell it. They might have come out with a different version, but like as opposed to the one that I have, because mine's a couple of years old now. I had mine since I think I bought it in like 2020, so mine's like 3 years old now. But I think they have something in the same realm. The 70D is good. I mean, you can't go wrong with any digital SLR camera, in my opinion. If you're working and doing things like Alicia's doing, then yeah, you're going to definitely need a better camera. But for what I do, I use my camera. It's like for my family. I take pictures of my son. I take pictures of like nature things sometimes too. But I don't feel like I need to spend $1,000 on a camera body right now for what I do. If I was going to take professional photos, then I would definitely get a better camera, because my camera does, with my one lens that like costs like fucking way more than my camera costs. I definitely feel like my camera gets a little weird with it sometimes. Like it's a little wonky. I probably need a better camera to shoot with it, but I don't have the money, so I'll make do with what I have right now. What about, yeah, the Rebel's good too, Sarah. I have the Rebel. There's different Rebels, like the XTI or just the regular Rebel. Any one of them is good, honestly. I mean, I can't tell you which Nikon's good. I don't know if Nikons are cheaper or whatever, but I mean, read the reviews. They're all, any Canon camera I've owned has been, great. So I don't know what the difference is. Like, I can't tell you what the difference is between my camera and Alicia's camera, like as far as like quality wise. But, she has a professional grade camera. Beefers, I forgot about messaging you. I'll take some time after gardening to send you that info. I'm sure she's all right. I need to get my button gear. If you retire, anything doesn't want, I would love to buy from you. She knows how to contact me, and so does Beefers. Yeah, same, girl. I don't think Alicia should retire, but that's just my opinion. I feel like it's just like, she's so talented, but I get it. She wants to follow her dreams, and do what she wants to do. If Alicia lived up here, though, she would make a fucking killing. I don't know if it's like New York, dude. Everybody I know is like all about getting family pictures. Do you know how many people ask me if I could do family portraits for them? And I'm not even a fucking photographer. Like, so many people get those pictures taken up here. People have like money to blow on stupid shit, I guess. I don't know, but I'm like, holy shit. I've never done that, but a lot of people I know, they love like the baby pictures. I mean, she would make a fucking killing up here. There is a lot of competition, but if you know people, you'll get business up here. There is this kid that I went to high school with, okay? Perfect example. There's this kid I went to high school with. We used to hang out. Kid was like the biggest fucking pothead ever, right? He used to sell weed. He was like a huge pothead. I don't know what he like went on to do after high school. Like I don't know what his job was, but all of a sudden one day he messaged me and he's like, "Hey, I know you're into like photography and stuff." He's like, "Could you help me out? I want to, get a camera." So I tell him to go buy Canon, 80D, blah 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 blah. Tell him what lenses he needs and everything. He goes out, starts taking pictures, and he does a lot of those HDR pictures, which I'm not a huge fan of, but whatever, because I feel like they're kind of like fake. It's like, I don't know, whatever. They're like over saturated with color sometimes. Like, I don't know. I just feel like they don't look real. Like I'm more into like the realism look, but whatever, doesn't matter. So anyway, and he's still taking pictures nonetheless. Okay. So he starts traveling around Long Island, and I watched him. It was pretty cool. I watched this guy just blow up on fucking overnight. Like it seemed like, he went out, he started taking pictures of just like random things on Long Island. Next thing you know, this guy is being featured in fucking, our newspaper like weekly. He's winning for photography contests. He's fucking, doing portraits. He's being hired for this. And like now he's got a full fucking blown photography thing going on. Like that's what he does. And it's like he just learned in his late 30s how to do this. And he like blew up overnight. He figured it out, did his homework, learned how to edit. He was asking me about like the editing software and all this shit. And next thing you know, this guy is like a fucking full blown photographer. So, I mean, it was crazy because I'm like, he literally like had no idea what he was doing just a couple of years ago. Within 2 years, he like blew up. He was being featured in magazines, on websites. Like, it was crazy. I'm like, how the fuck did this guy who knew nothing about photography, never took an art class or photography class, like nothing like that, all of a sudden now he's fucking this big photographer. He moved to Florida recently, so I don't know if he's still doing it, but he was, he was blown up here. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what the fuck? But he was just going around taking cool pictures, and he was even selling his work. Like people, I don't know, Long Island people love pictures of Long Island. I'm not one of those people, but they love that shit. People eat that shit up over here. Like pictures of the lighthouses and like all the landmarks, the beach, people fucking love that shit. I probably am like one of the only people on Long Island that doesn't have a fucking beach theme room, because every fucking house you go to on Long Island, there's at least one room in their house that's dedicated to the beach, where they have fucking lighthouses, seagull statues, fucking seashells and shit, anchors. Like everybody here has a fucking sea themed room somewhere in their fucking house. Well, my mom didn't, but I mean, like every one of my friends, I would go in their houses and I'm like, yep, this is a typical Long Island house. There's a fucking beach theme in at least one room. Like it's just how it is, I guess, when you live on the coast, and you live in an island. People are really into islands, I guess. But he would sell pictures of like the lighthouses and the bridges and like whatever, and people fucking buy that shit. Told me how so many times I wish Alicia was up here. I've yet to find anyone in our area that is as good as her. It's hard, man. My son made tons of money selling wave pics at the art show in my city. See? People just love that shit. Like to me, I would never go and just take like pictures of the bridge or whatever. It's just not my like thing, but people love that shit. So, and he was doing really well last I checked. I haven't been on Facebook all that much, lately, but I was just like shocked at like how successful he became in such a short amount of time too. I mean, he like taught himself, how to do photography. It was pretty impressive. I'm doing a milk bath for a client today. Maybe I will take y'all along with me. What's a milk bath? Like an actual bath in milk. When I think of milk bath, I'm thinking of milk bath nails, because like you could do that on your nails. You basically use like a kind of translucent white gel or polish, and then you could put like flowers in it and that like under it, so it kind of looks like a milk bath. But What's an actual milk bath? I have no idea. Never heard of that. Are you putting like a baby in a milk bath or something? Some of these people are a little over the top though with the like pregnancy photos and shit. There's this one girl I went to high school with, and like her fucking pregnancy photos. I'm like, okay, girl. Like, I don't know. When I was pregnant, I was like, please don't take pictures of me. Like, I didn't find, I don't know. Like, everybody's different. I guess, who was it? Madonna who like started that shit with the fucking like weird pregnancy photos. Like, for me, I'm like, I don't want to like see your big belly. But like, she takes these pictures of herself with this fucking big ass belly. And then she has like this long flowing dress, you know? And I'm like, all right, like, I don't fucking find that like anything I would want in my house anywhere, but okay. I'm also not like a big picture person. I don't like pictures of myself. Like when my husband, our anniversary just passed the other day, and I was like, oh my God, I'm like, I can't even find a picture of us to post on Facebook. Like, because we rarely take pictures of just me and him. Like, I don't know. I don't make him like pose for pictures. And I'm like, I gotta start taking more pictures of us. I don't even have any pictures of us. But some people like Molly Golightly, somebody said the other day that she posted a fucking video on her life coaching for kids, and it's literally a slideshow. She used to do this all the time. It's a slideshow of herself. And I'm like, okay, let alone do I not sit there and take a million selfies of myself every day. Once in a blue moon, I'll take a selfie if I feel like my makeup came out good, because I'll want to like, remember the makeup look. And so I'll take a picture. But like I I mean, like, dude, there's no fucking way I could make a 10-minute slideshow of pictures of myself. Like, I wouldn't be able to do that. I'm like, holy shit, dude. She's so in love with herself and taking pictures of herself. And I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just not like that. So it's fucking weird to me. Yeah, I prefer being behind the milk bath maternity session. They look pretty cool. All right. I'm like, all right. See, I'm not into the maternity photos. I'm just like, oh, okay. But like to each their own. I'm not judging anybody. I just like personally wouldn't want it because I'm like, what am I going to do with a picture of my fat ass? But, I mean, some people are into it. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I take a lot of pictures of my son, but pictures of me, no, I don't need it. I don't need pictures of myself. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you if you do that. Like, please don't take it that way. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, I would never have enough pictures to fucking make a 10-minute slideshow or fill a whole entire song length, of a slideshow with just pictures of myself. Like, I'm sure if I went throughout like the last fucking 10 years, I could, but like, this was from one trip that she went when she went to Greece. She was able to fill up an entire slideshow primarily of pictures of herself. Like, okay, dude. Like, I don't know. I just find that kind of odd, especially for an older woman. Like, maybe when I was younger, I would take more selfies, but there's two different types of like selfie people. There's selfie people that just blatantly take selfies of themselves and they don't give a fuck. And then there's like my brother's wife who she knows that it's vain to take selfies with herself only. So what she does is she takes pictures of herself with everybody else in the world, you know? Like her whole Facebook when we found it was just pictures of her with other people, you know? I mean, like she has to photograph herself everywhere, but she doesn't want to take it by herself. So she she gets her friends involved so that it doesn't look as narcissistic of just having a bunch of selfies. Like you could just tell that if she wasn't the type of person who, knew that people think you're vain when you take a bunch of selfies, she would be doing it. The only thing stopping her is the fact that people will probably judge her, if she put a bunch of selfies. So instead, she takes pictures of herself with everybody else, but like she's still in every fucking picture on her Facebook page. She was literally in every picture on her Facebook page. And I'm like, that is fucking crazy. because I don't know. And most of the pictures I post online are of my kid, not myself. You know, I take like a selfie and like that's my profile picture and that's about it. But I don't like post pictures of myself on my social media at this age. Maybe when I was younger, I would, but at 42, like nobody wants to look at me. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel. Who the fuck wants to look at my old ass? You know? So I don't know, but I become a deer in the headlights when I'm photographed. I know, me too. I'm just like, I just don't know what to do with myself. You know, like I'm just like, oh, like, I'm not good at being photographed. And I don't like it. And it always makes me feel uncomfortable, you know, but some people are really good at taking pictures of themselves. Like, you know, they love it. But holy shit. Now, I'm not saying that Molly Golightly is one of those people because she's definitely not. Because I'm like, does this woman look at these pictures before she posts them? Because, like, a lot of the times she looks like cross eyed or she's like catching herself at a really awkward angle. And I'm like, yeah, that's not a good, like, I don't know. When I do take a selfie, like, for like a thing, like a fucking profile pic, I'm like, dude, I take like 10 of them and like pretty much hate all of them, but I try to pick the one I hate the least, you know? Like, she like fucking just any picture she takes of herself. I guess she thinks she looks good in all of them. And I'm like, girl, I don't know if I would have posted that one, but all right. Okay. I mean, yeah, same with me, Sarah. I probably have more pictures of my kid, my dog, and probably screenshots of things that, like, you know, whether it's like a nails that I like or something that I saw on Instagram or whatever, then I have pictures of myself by far. I mean, I don't know. I'm just not into like that whole thing, but you know, some people are. I mean, I understand like people who do it who like if you're a makeup artist and you take pictures of your makeup all the time and you take pictures of stuff, that's fine. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with taking pictures of yourself. I'm just saying that I mean her whole fucking photo album on her phone is probably filled with pictures of just her. Like, you know, I mean, shit, she had herself as a backdrop on her phone, the fucking wallpaper. Like, what? I wouldn't want to look at myself on my wallpaper. I have my son. Like, I don't need a fucking picture of myself as my wallpaper. That's so weird. No offense. Like, I get it if you have a picture of like you and your kid or you and your mom who passed away, or even if your mom didn't pass away, but like she had legit just had a picture of herself as her wallpaper or like you and your best friend, but you just by yourself is kind of fucking weird, you know? Especially at 50 years old, almost 50 years old. Her in that fucking pageant dress. I'm like, all right, girl, somebody loves themselves. I mean, I don't know. I see myself in the fucking mirror every day. I don't need to have a picture on my phone of myself. It's fucking bizarre. It's, you know, it's like, okay. Like you really fucking you impress yourself. Hmm? All right. Good to know. Good to know. I don't know. She's definitely in love with herself. And I'm like, that's so weird too that you went on a trip and you made a fucking entire slideshow of yourself in the pictures, right? And like who is taking all these pictures? I guess she was taking them herself. I don't know. But I'm like, you know, you're highlighting a lonely trip that you went on. Like, all right. By yourself. Where the fuck is your family? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you even taking these trips by yourself to begin with? That in and of itself is fucking weird. Then you get into all the other shit, and it's even more weird. I'm not saying going away by yourself once in a blue moon is weird. I mean, people do it, but you know, we know that that's not the case in that situation. She's 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 a fucking lone ranger most of the time. Most of the time. Wow, I really didn't think I was gonna like this coffee scented candle. When I ordered scents last time, they sent me this coffee scent, and I was like, ooh, I don't know if I'm gonna like that, but I kind of do. It kind of smells good. I have it burning in my kitchen right now, and I'm like, ooh, I kind of like it. I gotta admit, I kind of like the fucking coffee scent. It doesn't, I guess, yeah, I guess it smells. Smells like coffee, but it's just a little sweeter than like a coffee, like a real coffee scent. But it's actually pretty good. So I didn't think I was going to be a good fan of that. A big fan. That's what I love about photos. There are moments, a split second captured, but then you can compare to long lost relatives past. Yeah, well, that's what's awesome is that you could see like every, memories. You could capture memories. Moment we haven't captured in 1898, we would, right? I would never go on vacation by myself either. I would just be, dude, I watched this video the other day. This was so sad. There was this girl, she was a college graduate. She wasn't on vacation, but just made me think of like girls being alone. Okay. She's, she was graduating from college. I think she was like, got her law degree or something. And oh, it was so sad. She was graduating and she was out celebrating with her friends, that night. And then I guess she was tired. So she decided to go home. So she called an Uber. And I feel like any of you guys out there that have kids this age, just keep this in mind, right? So she calls an Uber and she is waiting outside for the Uber. And I guess the friends were still like hanging out in the bar or whatever. And she goes, stands, and I think the Uber thing said it was a black, what was it? Chevy or no, Dodge. It was a black Dodge. So it could have been like a Charger or something like that, right? She sees a black Impala, Chevy Impala, which they do look kind of similar, right? So a black Chevy Impala pulls up. She opens the door. She sits down in the car, and the guy ends up killing her. Okay. And you can see on video camera, they have this guy circling around this area because it's like a popular, hangout for college kids. There's all college kids hanging out there. It's like a bar area, whatever. It's called like 5 Points or something like that, 5 Corners, something like that. And so she gets in the car, the guy drives off, and he ends up killing her, right? And he didn't even like. Typically, you would think the motivation would be to R her, but he didn't. He just, I don't know, must have had murder on his mind. And so, like, he kind of pretended, I guess, to be the Uber driver. And the parents actually started a foundation in her name, which I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's Say My Name something, because they feel, and this is a good thing to tell your kids if you have kids that age, or even for yourself, that if she would have gotten in the car and asked, before she got in the car, asked the driver, "What's my name?" And made the driver read her name on, you know what I'm saying, on his phone, because that would have proven that he was the driver. If he didn't know her name, obviously you're not getting in the right car, so that could have potentially stopped her from getting in the car if she would have just taken that one little safety precaution to ask the driver, "What's my name?" And so if he said Rachel and her name was Samantha, obviously something's not right. Or what I would do is make them show me, on their phone, like the pickup or something like that. But just something to keep in mind, because things like this could happen. I mean, obviously it's not likely, but Uber drivers should have some type of identifying information on their car. This person wasn't an Uber driver, though. They just happened to be circling the block looking for something, I don't know what. And then they parked, and she just happened to be standing there. She opens the back door, gets in the car, and that was it. So you got to be, super careful with that shit. When your kids are taking Ubers everywhere, make sure that they're taking precautions before they go sit in somebody's car, basically. Even for yourself, if you take Uber. I mean, I've only taken Uber maybe like 3 times in my entire life, but I would never even think of that, because what's the chances? You're standing there, a car pulls up, it's a black car, you're a little drunk, so you're not like looking at the make and model of the car. I mean, anytime we've done Uber, you kind of have to look for the make and model of the car, because like, it's like, well, which car is my car? Especially if you're at a place like that where there's a lot of Ubers pulling up. But for whatever reason, she must have just thought that that was the car. She got in and she never got out, basically, alive. So that's kind of scary. But I mean, just traveling It is dangerous driving for Uber too. Yeah, absolutely. Even any of those things. But I mean, look, yeah, people have to travel alone. I've gone to the city by myself, like Manhattan, and a lot of people probably wouldn't do that. I'm not scared though to go there by myself. I go into freaking Brooklyn by myself, like I don't care. But, to travel alone like that, and not only that, look at the way she dresses. Like she's like literally lights up every safety risk there is for traveling alone. You know, I mean, I'm not blaming victims, but like when you're dressing provocatively, right? You're doing so to kind of attract negative male attention. Not negative, but you know what I'm saying? You're trying to attract male attention. Let's just be real, you know? And she walks around wasted by herself, talking shit to people. I mean, for her sake, she's probably lucky because like she's so fucking obnoxious and annoying. I don't think that anybody would want to like. Let's just say if somebody did kidnap her, it would take them like 3 seconds in the car to be like, nope, fuck this, and kick her ass out on the curb. Like, I think because she's that obnoxious. But like, you never know. But she literally, like, for somebody who's so, well traveled, she really takes every risk that they tell you not to take when you're traveling alone. You know, don't walk anywhere drunk by yourself. Like, me and my best friend, when we were growing up, we had a pact with each other that, like, we didn't leave each other. If one of us was drunk, we would not leave each other with, like, people, like, certain people. We had, like, these pacts and agreements with each other. If we were out at a bar and we were feeling uncomfortable, we always had a signal. If somebody was making us feel uncomfortable, no questions asked. If we gave that signal, you just get up and walk out, and that's it. Like, we talked about these things, me and my girlfriend. And we always had like a safety plan. But I don't know, dude. She just like she gives no fucks at all. And it's dangerous at the end of the day. She takes a lot of risks, a lot of risky behavior. No, you never leave a girlfriend behind. That's what I'm saying. Like, even that night, like their friends, like, I would have been like, oh, I'll take the Uber with you, or I'll go home. Like, me and my girlfriend, we wouldn't leave a party by ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like you look at the Kylie Rodney story, and I don't know what went wrong there, but like, I I feel like that, I I mean, it could have happened, you never know, but at the same time, like, me and my girlfriend, we were like, especially in high school, we were very careful about not separating from each other if we were drunk or high or whatever, just because, something like that could happen. There could be an accident. There's only one time I remember that I left and she didn't want to come with me. And I was like, well, I'm out of here, dude. I'm going, and I left her at the party because I was like, I'm not staying here. I'm done. And she didn't want to come. So I was like, all right, dude, you stay here. But she was with like our other friends that we knew. We knew everybody at the party. If I didn't know people, if there was like a bunch of strangers there's no way I would have left her. I mean, the party was at our other best friend's house, so I felt safe leaving her there. They have to stay on campus, like their group all time. They weren't allowed to drive themselves to a program or guardian had to drop them off. I don't know, like my best friend, she was a little bit more of a risk taker than I was, because when we were in high school, we used to walk over. My friend, we all lived in the same like neighborhood, right? So we could walk to each other's houses. I mean, it was like a little, maybe take it 10 minutes to get there, but we lived like pretty much within like a 3 mile radius of each other, me and my friends, that we hung out with. So like, but to get to my house, they lived closer. My friend Tommy and my friend Doug, they lived closer to each other. And I lived like, to get to my house, I had to walk down this one road where the school was on one side, the middle school. So you're walking across this like big empty field. And then on the other side, there's an apartment complex, but there's like a woodsy area for the whole stretch of road, in front of the complex. There's like a couple of like, I don't know, I'd say like 20 feet of like woods. And I would never walk by there by myself at night. I always made somebody walk me home because I was like, dude, somebody could just pop out of those woods and fucking grab me. And that's it. It's over. Who's going to hear me scream? Nobody. Because the apartment complex, even though it's like right there, there's like a good like 20 feet of trees blocking it. And then the school's right there. Nobody's at the school at night. So like something happened to me, I'm dead. Nobody's gonna know about it. So I always used to make somebody walk me home. I didn't give a fuck. I'm like, you guys are walking me home. You know, I'm not walking home by myself. She used to walk home by herself at night. I was like, you're fucking crazy, dude. I don't care. That's crazy. I once grabbed the girlfriend from the back of her head and pulled her out of some guy's car. I said, oh no, ma'am, you are breaking rule number 2. None of us let the other leave with anyone. Yep. I wouldn't fucking, I don't know, man. I was like very, very, very cautious when I was a teenager. So even I was always worried about somebody snatching me or something. So I would just always be very careful. She, on the other hand, like, I don't know how she used to walk home by herself. I mean, she was closer because we hung out at my friend Doug's house all the time. That was like the hangout spot. So she lived closer to him, but it was still like a walk, you know? It would take her at least like 10 minutes to get to her house. So, you know, no, I don't know about 10 minutes, maybe like 5 minutes. My house was probably more like 10 minutes of walking distance, you know, but it was scary. I even used to make them meet me during the day. Like, I didn't care. I was like, I'm not fucking walking by myself, dude. I don't like walking alone at night by myself. Fuck that shit. Such a great, I can't remember if it was maybe 100 kids from the whole state that get it. Once they complete the program, they do get a SS college credit. What's that? So 6 hours away, living on a college campus all by herself. Oh yeah, girl, that's scary. That's definitely scary. I don't know, man. You should always just have a friend. You know, if you're at the bar, you know, people always ask like, why do girls go to the bathroom together? It's kind of just their safety in numbers. You know, that's really what it comes down to. You don't know who's watching you, who's following you. I'm glad my best friend was like that though, because like we definitely looked out for each other when we were out together. Like, you know, we wouldn't leave each other. And you need to have a friend like that as a girl. You know, you shouldn't fucking, especially at that age, you know, in college age. Don't think that everybody in college, just because they go to college, is a good person, because there's some shitbags everywhere. That's why I always pack. I always do. What is that? No eight. I don't know what that means. Where I go, I would have done the same thing. 5 left to party, bitch. 5 drag you out and 5 are coming back. Yep. Where she was like, but the one time my friends left me, I had a fucking bad experience with a male friend who was really drunk and fucking aggressive. And after that, I guess maybe that's what made me so paranoid. Because I was like in 8th grade. Me and my girlfriends were hanging out. One of them stole a bottle of whatever from their parents, you know, whatever alcohol it was. So we're like hanging out, we're drinking, and our one guy friend came out with us. And it was a kid that I grew up with my whole life, dude. Knew this kid since we were in middle, you know, grade school. Like, I think he moved to my school in 1st grade or 2nd grade or something like that. And I was really good friends with this guy. And we all hung out. He was drinking. He wasn't as used to drinking as we were. You know what I'm saying? Like, we had, you know, it's like we were 14, so we were just starting to experiment with alcohol. Well, he was, you know, so he didn't know his tolerance level, I guess, for alcohol, and he kind of overdid it. And we go back to the house, and we had to like practically drag him home. You know, he was pretty fucking wasted. And we get back to his house, and we're trying to just like put him in his bed so he goes to sleep. And he started getting like, at first I thought he was joking, because like we used to joke around a lot and like, you know, wrestle each other and shit. But then it got like serious, where he was being like forceful and aggressive towards me. And I was laughing at first because I was like uncomfortable and I didn't know what to do. And I guess my friends misread my reaction, and they all left. I didn't know they left though. I thought they were still waiting outside. So they like thought like, oh, we'll leave these two alone. Like, I don't know what about me made, them think I was like into this whole situation. And they kind of just left me hanging there. And I literally had to fucking like fight him, like fight him to get him off of me. And, and, I mean, it was bad, he was being like really fucking super aggressive. And I fucking finally, he was like on top of me. He was like straddled on top of me. And I don't remember if I headbutt him or fucking kicked him in whatever. Whatever I did, I finally got him off of me and I fucking ran out of the house. Ran. And he had like unbuttoned my shorts. I had shorts on at the time. And it was that time of the month. And I was telling him and he wasn't, trying to stop. And I was freaking out, because especially at that time when you're that young, you're like so self-conscious about that shit. And I run out of the house. I like buttoned up my pants. I'm like crying and shit. So I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Nobody's out there. Not one of my friends is out there. And this was before cell phones. So I didn't know what the fuck to do. So I run out of the house and I don't even remember. Like I caught up with them at some point. I'm like, what the fuck? I was so pissed. I'm like, why would you guys leave me there? And they're like, oh, I thought, they thought I wanted to like hook up or something. And I'm like, no, dude, not at all. First of all, I didn't even look at him like that. He was like a friend, like almost like a brother kind of friend. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he was a good looking kid, but I just had known him for so long. I wasn't into him like that, And he was like fucking just being really fucking aggressive. I never talked to him again, actually, after that. That was the last time I talked to him. I was like, fuck you, don't come near me. He never apologized. Well, he tried to apologize to me, but it was like through somebody else. And I was like, no, fuck that. If you're going to apologize, you need to apologize to my face, And he never did. And I never talked to him again after that. And then he ended up, what do you call it? He actually passed away a couple of years ago. I was kind of shocked because he was like a jock, like he was he always hung out with like the sports kids, played football, played baseball. And I mean, he was like one of my best friends. I was just shocked that he acted like that. I knew he was drinking, but I was like, dude, like seriously, you don't fucking do that to your friend. And like, that was it. I never talked to him again after that. It was kind of sad because we were really good friends, but I was like, no, you ain't doing that kind of shit. And then thinking I'm going to fucking be your friend after that. Like friends don't do that shit to each other. And so I just never talked to him again after that. But I was like pissed at my friends that they left me there. Cause they were just like, oh, well, we thought you were like into it. I'm like, no, dude, not at all. And I was like yelling for them. I remember yelling for them and none of them were there. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I'm like, why would they leave me? Like, I just couldn't like stop thinking in my head, like, what the fuck? These girls left me. I would never do that. I just wouldn't do that. Unless like my friend specifically said, leave, leave. I wouldn't have left them. None of them. So yeah, it was kind of a fucked up situation, but I think that's maybe why I got so paranoid after that and like didn't like to do anything alone because I mean, something like that when the guy's forceful with you like that, it's you know, it's scary. Especially when you realize like, dude, my strength versus a guy's strength. I mean, this kid was an athlete, dude. He was fucking strong. He was built even in 8th grade or whatever. We were heading into 9th grade that summer, I think. And, he was pretty strong kid. So, I mean, it was made me realize how, even not as tough as I thought I was, it made me realize how weak I actually was, and how powerless I was because did I end up fighting him off? Like the only advantage that I probably had was that he was drunk, and wasn't like on point. But if that kid wasn't drunk that night, I wouldn't have been able to get him off of me. So after that, I was always like with my friend, even if we hung out with guys, we would make sure we could see each other. Like never would leave each other alone. I don't know if my best friend was there that night. I don't think she actually was, but I know there was other girls I was hanging out with. And what pissed me off even worse? After that happened, some of my friends like continued talking to him like as if nothing happened. And I was like, wow, you're going to hang out with somebody who would do that? Like, that's kind of fucked up. I mean, like they continued hanging out with him and drinking with him, and I was done. I never hung out with that asshole again. I was like, you can fuck all the way off, you know. I mean, who knows if he ever did that to somebody again? I don't know. He was extremely, extremely drunk, but I don't even like using that as an excuse because I've been extremely, extremely drunk and I've never fucking attacked a friend. So, I mean, you know, it is what it is. I mean, I'm over it now, but it was a scary situation that I was in as a young teenager. I don't care what one is threatened. You with a fight, you scream, you bite, take their DNA with you. Yeah, right? No shit. I told my son that recently. I'm like, anybody ever fucks with you, you fucking scream your head off, you know? I don't, I'm just so paranoid. I think because I watch all this true crime shit. The other day I was driving and I see like a suitcase on the side of the road. And like instead of just thinking somebody left a suitcase there, I'm like, there's a body in there. Like, you know, like that's just my brain. I'm from watching all this shit. I always think the worst. But better be safe than sorry. I actually drove by again to see later that day to see if the suitcase was still there. And I'm like, if that thing's still sitting there, there's definitely a body in it. But when I went back, it was gone. I don't know what the fuck. It was kind of weird because I'm like, why would it? I don't live near a fucking airport. You know, like it's not like it wasn't left at a bus stop or anything. It was literally just a suitcase sitting on the side of the road. And I'm like, that's just kind of fucking weird. Like where it was. Like, why would somebody have a suitcase there and then let alone leave it there? It's kind of strange. But in that area, there is a lot of homeless people living. So I thought maybe it's one of the homeless people's suitcases or something. But I always think the worst. I'm like, there's a body in there. I watch true crime as well, so I'll probably never date again. Oh girl, yeah. If I was single, I don't even know if I date. I'd be so nervous to meet people, especially off the internet. Fuck. I hear a lot of fucking scary, internet dating stories and shit. Like, I don't know, man. Just meeting like a stranger off the internet scares me. That scares me. I did when I was in my early 20s. I met somebody off the internet and they were very nice. I mean, we had a lot of stuff in common, but I don't know. I wasn't into him like that. He definitely not that he I don't know. It wasn't that he didn't look like he did in his pictures, but he just looked different in person. I can't explain it. I mean, because this was like long before people could put filters or anything on their pictures, really. It was, you know, the internet. I might have still been in my teens, actually. I might have been like 19 or 20 when I met up with this dude, and he was cool. I mean, he was nice. We had a really cool like hangout conversation. He was very respectful, but I was like, all right, that's the last time I'm meeting somebody off the internet. And it was. I never did it again. I never met anybody off the internet. We test. Oh, are you talking about the kid that was found in the suitcase? I know exactly what you're talking about, Just Angel. That's what I thought of. Was that case where the kids were like looking? There was a suitcase, and it ended up being the kid of like a kid's body was in there. And then, oh my God, that's why. There was a body actually found, and I finally found out what happened to it. So there was this guy I grew up with, right, in high school. And it was dude, this is just the weirdest thing. Me and my husband, I told you, we used to walk every day. So one day I was walking and I'm like, I see this guy, he's with this little girl, like his kid. And the little girl was riding on like a Power Wheels truck. And I'm like, I look at the guy and I'm like, dude, that guy looks like this kid that I went to school with. So whatever. We walked a couple more times and I would see him. And then finally one day we ended up like he was walking in the street. So I asked him, I go, dude, are you John, whatever? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, I'm Leanna. And he's like, oh shit. We figured out we went to high school. So I'm like, he's like, yeah, he's like, I live right over here. I'm like, oh, it's so funny. I live down there. So whatever. I saw him in 7-Eleven. I didn't see him like for a while after that. And then I saw him in 7-Eleven one day with his kids and he looked fine. And then no joke, 2 days after that, I hear that he passed away. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, I cannot believe it. I just saw him at 7-Eleven the other day. And I didn't even say hi to him because he looked like he was like all stressed out with his kids that day. Like the kids were like, I don't know. You could always tell when people's kids are stressing them out, So I didn't say hi to him that day. I was behind him online. And I'm like, holy shit, that's so weird. He passed away. I just saw him. I still don't know what exactly happened, why he passed away or whatever. But anyway, about a month after he passes away, there's a story on the news that there was a body found in a tote, like one of those like Rubbermaid bins in his backyard. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, what? So I'm like, first he dies, and then now there's a body found, and they said a kid's body. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? So now I'm like thinking the worst. I'm like, did this guy like kill somebody and end up like, maybe that's why he died? Maybe he killed himself. Like maybe he couldn't live with the guilt because he killed the kid. But I'm like, no way. Like I just couldn't think. He was a nice guy growing up. So I'm like, there's no way that this guy did something like that, right? So finally, the other day, I was sitting we went and got pizza and we're sitting in the pizzeria, and I see the street that this happened on, like on the news. And I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, whatever fucking happened? Like, what happened? So it wasn't him. It just was a coincidence that he lived there and died. And then the kid was found like a month later. It was the neighbor. The neighbor, for whatever reason, young kid, I think he was like 18, 19 years old, fucking met this guy. The guy was homeless, and he, like, for whatever reason, lured this guy to this sand pit. I don't even know where that is, but lured him to this sand pit place and killed him, and then put his body in a tote and threw it in his neighbor's backyard. And his neighbor just happened to be the kid that I grew up with that passed away. And I was like, oh my God, that is fucking crazy, dude. Because, like, I mean, even though I live in New York and everybody thinks like New York's so bad, it's really not, though. Where I live, maybe in like the city, there's like a lot of shit, but where I live, it's pretty quiet out here. So we don't have a lot of shit like that happen. So when something like that happens, it definitely is like scary. Because, there's not, I mean, like, the crime around here is like, your typical crime, people shoplifting from stores, drugs, like, you're not murders. No, not in my area. So yeah, it was definitely a fucking weird experience, but I'm paranoid about shit, because, like, who would think somebody in your own neighborhood? I didn't know the kid, but fuck, he killed somebody. Like, why? It's just scary. You gotta always be careful. Like, you don't know who's living in the houses next to you, you know let alone who you're meeting up on the fucking internet. I went to Dick's Sporting Goods to buy something, and while paying, this guy with this face covered like a cowboy with a red robbed that place. I was like, he said, I'll give you 20 seconds. Oh, girl, that would fucking scare the shit out of me. I'd probably never go shopping again after that shit. Oh my God. I always think of that, dude. Like when I go to 7-Eleven late at night and I see like there's like shady characters walking in there at night, I'm always like, why the fuck do I come here this late at night? Because you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. What if this guy holds the store up right now? Like, I'm fucked. What am I gonna do? That's scary. We just had it really sad homicide where I live. It was a robbery at a gas station. Oh my God, dude. Dude, like, you're not, I don't know why people think gas stations have all this money, because they usually don't even like hold on to that much money at gas stations, especially late at night. I mean, I know around here they don't. So it's kind of worthless to rob a gas station. I mean, you're gonna get at the most there's gonna be like what, $200 in the register, if even. I mean, is that worth taking somebody's life over? I guess if you're a fucking drug addict, you'll fucking do whatever for money. But it's just like, oh, speaking of doing anything for money. So yesterday, I didn't know this. And you guys, if you're into this story, you definitely have to check it out. That girl I was talking about yesterday, Corey Richins, who killed the husband with the fentanyl, poisoned him. Oh, it was so good. They had on Court TV, if you go on Court TV's YouTube page, they had, I think it was a bail hearing, right? They were seeing if, she would be released on bail. and or if she could potentially be released on bail. And so, they had the prosecutor lay out some of the evidence, and then the guy's sister was speaking, and you have to see this girl's face, dude. Oh my God, she's psychotic. You could just tell by looking at her. She was like, you could tell it was fucking killing her that she couldn't say something to the sister while this thing was going on. I mean, she was like fucking, she was grilling. She's definitely going to get yelled at by the judge at some point in time. She totally reminds me of Jodi Arias 2.0 because she's like shaking her head and like, she was like chewing her face because, trying to like stop herself. You could tell she wanted to fucking explode, but knew that she couldn't because she's in court. But yeah, there's some pretty incriminating evidence against that girl. They laid out a lot of the, evidence like as to why they think she's guilty. And it's pretty bad. She's an actress too. She's putting on the whole show trying to act like, she's still the grieving widow and all this shit. I've been watching that case, The Sisters. Oh my God, it was so sad. You know what? It really made me cry too, because it's just, I could kind of relate with that whole, just feeling of like, doom, I guess, when you know that somebody's just a shit person and somebody you love is with them. And like, there's nothing, the sisters knew, they knew that there was something fucking wrong with her. And she tried to attack the sister, and the sister was like crying, and she's like, she won't let them near the kids, the niece and nephew. And it's just like, I know that feeling, and I feel so bad, for the sister, his family, like, just, it's gotta be horrible when that somebody's like not a good person, and the person you love that's with them is just not seeing it and not fucking listening to you. And I'm not saying my brother's wife's going to do anything like that. I'm just saying, like, she, obviously there's varying degrees of shitty people. Like, have I been scared that she was going to hurt my brother in the past? Yeah. Especially when she threatened us with a gun, In fact, I just came across that picture the other day. It was in like my Facebook. Oh, shit. Fuck me. Hold on a second. I just fucking made a mess over here. I'm making like these geode. I don't know if I like the fucking foil on this. I was making these like little kind of geode coaster things, but I'm not sure if I like the way this looks. I'll have to get your guys' opinion. But I just accidentally took the foil and screwed the cap from the foil onto my jar of Mod Podge, and it's like, oh boy, that's gonna make a mess. Anyway, I don't know. I can't decide if I like this or not. I don't know if I like it better just plain. I'm going to make a few different ones, and then I'll put it on my community post and maybe get your guys' opinions. But anyway, all right. So she, oh, yeah, I was looking through my old pictures for something the other day, and I see the picture and the post of my brother's wife holding a gun. And it was like, oh, some people need to, like, I don't know. I forget exactly what she wrote, but it was targeted at like my mom and me. Oh, some people need to mind their own businesses or some shit like that. And then she has a picture of her with a gun. And I'm like, she posted that after she had just gotten in a fight with my mom. And so, yeah, do I worry that there's something wrong with this bitch? Because, like, really, what fucking normal person would like threaten their future husband's family with a gun like that? Even though it's not, it's not like she pulled a gun on us. It was like her way of letting us know, don't fuck with her because she has a gun. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, dude, there's something wrong with you. Like, I would never do such a thing. Fucking asshole. And my mom definitely fucking confronted her about it. She had an excuse for it. But anyway, fucking, yeah. So have I worried? Yeah, I did. I worried that she could have potentially harmed my brother, because there was a few things that had happened that I was like, one thing was that my brother, and I still to this day don't know what the truth is behind the story, but he came over, he sent my mom a picture. He had to go to the emergency room, and he had this huge gash in his forehead. I mean, like this huge gash. He had to go get stitches. And he told my mom, and I just don't believe the story that he told her. It sounded like one of those fucking excuse stories, like, oh, I fell down the stairs. He told my mom that he passed out. I don't know. He said he was going to the bathroom in the middle of the night and he passed out and hit his head. And I'm like, that just does not fucking sound like a true story, but all right. Like he hit his head on the towel bar or something. And she didn't, this was the part that made me think. She didn't go to the emergency room with him. Like she made him go by himself. And she was laughing about this. Like she thought it was hilarious that he hurt himself. And I was like, this is fucking weird, you know? If my husband fell in the middle of the night, like I'd be terrified. And she thought it was like the funniest thing in the world that my brother's head was split open and he needed stitches. And I'm like, I bet you that bitch threw something at him. I felt she had done something to him because he had told me there was a few times that she had bugged out and was like throwing dishes and shit across the house and breaking them on the, you know, so like something was wrong there. So yeah. And then there was the time where, you know, she got her name Seton when he came to my house and I hear her on the phone. If you don't fucking get home now, I'm destroying your shit. Like, I'm like, oh shit, you better go home, dude. You know, she's psychotic. So yeah, have I worried that, you know, she could harm him? Absolutely. So, you know, I have, you know, I mean, it's been almost 10 years that they've been together. And, you know, so far as I know, he's still alive, but you never know. I mean, that couple was also married for about 10 years too, because they got married when I was reading something the other day. I realized that they had gotten married the same year. I think me and my husband got married, but you know, it's scary when you worry about somebody who's, you know, somebody you care about and they're with somebody and you just know that there's something fucking off about them, you know, and you're like sitting there just waiting for something either bad to happen or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't, do I think this girl harmed my brother? No, I don't know. Maybe, you know, I don't worry about it as much as I used to, but that's probably just mainly due to the fact that time has passed and I haven't seen him. So I don't know what his behavior is like anymore because I just know that he acted very strange around her and seemed like he was scared of her. I mean, he was smoking a cigarette one time and he's like, we're in the car, we're driving home, and he was like going to hang out with her and he's like spraying fucking, I mean, Listerine, chewing gum, fucking putting lotion on his hands and like going on his neck, on his clothes, on his mouth. He's like scrubbing his mouth with fucking hand lotion or hand sanitizer. And I'm like, yo, dude, what's going on? And he's like, you don't understand. She'd kill me if she knew I was smoking. And I'm thinking, like, really, dude? Like, all right, like I get it. You know, she cares about your lungs. That's great. But like, all right, dude, you quitting smoking and you know, just tell her you fucked up and smoked a cigarette. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the big deal? Just be like, listen, I fucked up. No, he was like terrified for her to know that he smoked a cigarette. And I'm like, dude, this is fucking weird, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I told my husband I was quitting cigarettes and then I fucking fucked up and smoked another cigarette and told him, he would be like, oh, all right. You know, like he wouldn't care. He'd be like, oh, that sucks. You know, well, try quitting again. You know, like, I don't know. He wouldn't fucking kill me. He wouldn't be pissed off at me. I mean, it was, you know, shit like that makes you worry. Why do you have to hide things like that from this fucking girl? And like to that extent, like you're that worried. I don't know. Like, what is she going to do? There was just a lot of things that he had when we were still talking and he was first started dating her that had happened that I was like, oh dude, this is scary. Like a little like why is this girl so worried about whatever it was, you know? So I totally get what this guy's family went through because it's scary. Once you like realize that there's something wrong. And she said the sister said in the speech yesterday, she knew, you know, things were good at first. But then as time went on, and that's usually how it rolls with those types of people, you know, typically it just in my case, I could kind of see it from the beginning because I was aware of those types of personalities. But, you know, like the mask usually doesn't fall off until much later, you know, once they have the person pretty much trapped in the relationship, then the mask falls off. Typically that's how it is. So, the sister was saying, yeah, things were good in the beginning, but then as time went on, it wasn't. Your situation reminds me a lot of what's going on with Trey Judas and her brother and sister. Oh, is that Therese? Who is that? I don't know who that is. Sorry. Hey, Judas. This community has watched enough true crime to know that literally anything is possible, no matter how long people are married. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's scary. I don't think I'd be okay if my brother had a bitch like that. So fucking weird, bossy as fuck, controlling, especially if she talked about my mom. I'd stay smacking a bitch. Oh, I don't know how I didn't fucking kick her ass at the Angel. Honestly, if it wasn't for me having a kid, I probably would have, because I wouldn't have had any fucks to give, but I can't get arrested because that bitch definitely a fucking cop caller. No question about that. She's a fucking cop caller. She don't know how to take a fucking ass whooping and take, you know what I'm saying, and walk away. Like that bitch definitely would have been fucking dialing 911. She did. She dialed 911 on me, and I wasn't even fucking. I didn't even touch her, and she fucking called the cops on me. She's psychotic. RHONJ. What's that mean, Smokey? Speaking of Smokey, has anybody seen Smokey around? I just thought of that. Smokey P. Mm. So yeah, I can imagine if this girl ever did something to my brother, like how I would feel, especially knowing that in my gut I knew something was off about her from the beginning. you know, like I don't think she's stupid enough to fucking harm him, but you never know. I definitely think she fucked him up and tried fucking hitting him and shit. But as far as I don't know, I don't know. I don't know if she would be that dumb enough. I mean, she's too narcissistic and selfish to want to. Who knows? Who knows? I definitely just know, when somebody's scared of somebody. Like, I could just tell my brother is scared of his wife, and that is not fucking normal, dude. By any stretch of the imagination. You could just tell, especially when you know somebody for as long as, you grew up with them your whole life. When their behavior changes. When they're fucking not acting themselves. When they're scared. When they're lying. When they're, I could tell. It's your family, you could read your family better than anybody else. So I know that something was up with the whole fucking relationship. Something was just not right with this fucking girl. I believe Melissa Gorga is violent and jealous. Yes, Teresa Judas and Real Housewives of New Jersey. Melissa Gorga. Okay. Is that her sister-in-law? Yes, he is, Angel, very submissive. Extremely. That's the problem too. You know what I'm saying? He has to take some responsibility in the situation as well, because it's not all her. He's also kind of a submissive person. I mean, he just is. Which is why I know, if you watch my series, I mean, a lot of the situations where she's emailing me and being extremely assertive, overly as an asshole. I know it's not my brother, because it's just not how he is. And I'm not saying he's not submissive with me or my mom or anything, but he definitely also wasn't bossy ever. He wasn't the type of take charge type of person, and he never delegated tasks like that. That's just not how he is. That's just not his personality. But I have this fucking weirdo trying to tell me that I'm talking to my brother when I just know I'm not. I first of all had proof, but I also knew just through the way that they were speaking to me and the way they wrote and the way they misspelled fucking simple words and shit and didn't punctuate properly, that it's not my brother. I know my brother, dude. Nobody in the world's ever going to convince me, that my brother would act like that. There's just no fucking way in the world I would ever believe it, because that's never been his personality. My brother is married. She treats my brother like a king. She's very good to my brother. I love her for that. I wish, They had no kids. She's the world's biggest hypocrite. I don't care if she's a cop. Ooh, the kid she had after my brother murdered someone. You don't get a pass. Ooh, that's some fucked up shit, Sarah. Acts like she's my mother's daughter. Yes, you and my brother have taken care of my mom the last 7 years. Prior to that, I cared for her 13 years, and her illness affected my career. You're not the angel, yeah, that you're pretending to be, if I have to guess. 10 more days till my knee surgery. Oh, good, Sarah. Judith. Is that you're getting the same one my husband got for the torn meniscus? Treating the arthritis. I'm very excited. Yeah, girl, my husband says that his knee actually that he got that done and he had some too arthritis, I think. He said that it was like the best thing he ever did. He's like, my knee feels like brand new. It's great. It's awesome. So good luck. It's not, it's obviously going to be an inconvenience, but his went pretty smoothly. So, but yeah, that's fucked up, Sarah. See, well, imagine if your brother and his wife didn't do anything for your mom and then all of a sudden, tried to act like they did at the end. Like, that's infuriating. Totally infuriating. Oh. I think maybe that's my problem. I'm not like a controlling person, so I don't understand the need to like want to control somebody or just situations or people in general. Like, I mean, you just have to know that like things aren't going to always go your way in life, and that's okay. I just think the main control is that she knows that me and my brother were close, right? And that she thinks I have this influence over him, which clearly I don't, but she thinks that in her head. She thinks that my brother values my opinion, well, used to. I don't think he does anymore. I'm just saying back when this all happened. She knew that my brother respected me and valued my opinion and that we were close and we talked about things because she used to read all of our text messages. So I think that it scared her. Me being around is she don't want somebody like me around because like if my brother tells me like, oh look, she did this, that, and the other thing, she's my sister said I'll tell him straight up, yo, that's fucked up. She shouldn't treat you like that. She don't want somebody like that around him to tell him what she's doing is fucked up, because there was a time where when he first moved in the house, I don't know, she went on some trip, right? And she posted a picture. Like, what kind of fucked up bitch does this shit? She was playing like this weird game with him. And he called me up one night. It was like midnight. And he's like, I don't know what to do. And I'm like, why? What's going on? So she like had, I guess, already planned this trip with her friends to go to like Puerto Rico. So he stayed at the house. He had just moved in. I mean, he was literally living there for like maybe like a week or two. And she goes on this trip with her girlfriends, right? And then she goes on Facebook and she posts a picture of like her surrounded by like 20 dudes, like fucking random guys. And naturally, okay, my brother's like, yo, what the fuck? Like, why are you hanging with all those dudes? So she like, trust me, if it was the other way around and he would have posted a picture of himself, surrounded by a bunch of chicks, it wouldn't have, he'd probably be fucking dead, you know? So I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, he shows me the picture and I'm like, he's like, am I wrong, like, for being upset about this? And I'm like, no. I'm like, if I went away on a trip and by myself and I posted that shit on Facebook with me with a bunch of dudes and my tits are hanging out, my husband would be pissed, and rightfully so. Like, that's not fucking cool. He would be like, what are you doing, Liana? Like, who's all these guys you're hanging out with? I mean, no, you're not wrong for being upset about that. That's kind of a natural thing. I think that any guy would be upset about, right? I don't know if the guys were like holding her up in one of the pictures. I don't know. It's like really fucked up. And so I guess my brother like must have said something to her, like, yo, what the fuck, So then she was like, oh, well, when I get home, we need to have a talk. Maybe this isn't working out. Like, she was like telling him, like, basically, you're going to deal with this or else you're going to be homeless. And at this point in time, he had already gotten rid of everything that he owned. He switched his phone into her phone. Like, so like he didn't even have his own phone. Like, he switched it over to her on her bill. So like he was basically trapped. He threw away everything that he needed to survive. All of his furniture, all of his fucking housewares, everything, pots and pans, all of his fucking towels, everything. all he went to her house with was his clothes, and I think he brought one dresser with him that he had just bought right before he met her, that I helped him pick out. And so like he couldn't go anywhere even if he wanted to. He was kind of trapped at that point already. And she was like playing this game and she wouldn't answer his text messages. And she was like playing this game where she's like, oh, we have to talk when we get home. We have to have a serious talk, like, so he was like, what if she kicks me out of the house? Blah, blah. I'm like, dude, this is crazy. You guys just fucking moved in together. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, this is not normal. So I mean, what am I going to lie to him and be like, yeah, that's totally normal for your fucking, brand new girlfriend that you've only known for 3 months to be away in Puerto Rico with a bunch of dudes and posting it on Facebook. Totally normal, no problem. Like, dude, that's not fucking normal, bro. That's not fucking normal. Yes. Yeah. She needs to be the sole focus. Like, so like, I don't know, maybe because he could have told her, even my sister said, you know what I'm saying? Like, after they talked, he could have been like, well, even my sister said it was fucked up. And then, like, that's it. Once she heard that, and she heard that I called her ass out on something, because my brother is stupid and he would do something like that. He'd be like, well, even my sister said it was true, And it's like, I blame him for a lot of the issues that I had with her, because he doesn't know when to shut the fuck up sometimes and keep things between family and not share it with his, girlfriend or whatever. Like, there's been times that my mom has, maybe said something about my husband in the past, and I didn't go run home and tell my husband because I don't want him to get upset, But my brother doesn't know how to do that. He's like, I'm honest, Abe. I chopped down your cherry tree. Like, that's how he normally is, So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what her problem is, but I think that she definitely fucking did not like something about me and him. I mean, he told me at one point that she's jealous of the relationship that we have. And I'm like, that's fucking weird, bro, because I'm your sister. So, like, I understand that when my brother hangs out with his sister, it's his sister. It's not another woman or something. It's his sister. They're related. So she needs to fucking, I don't know what the fuck she needs to do, but that's insane to me that she's jealous of our relationship. Like, I just, to me, like, maybe other people feel this way with their own husbands. I don't know. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. I've never felt jealous of my husband's relationship with any of his family members or any guy that I dated for that matter. Like, I don't even understand that, So, do they still live in her house? No, they moved. They sold that house and they bought a fucking brand new house right after my mom got sick. Right after my mom was diagnosed with cancer. I know. It's kind of strange, right? But yeah, no. Doesn't remember me at all. Thinks she's a sister-in-law's actual daughter. Ooh. You better back off my mother. Dude, yeah, no. If anybody fucked up my mom, that would be it. Catching up in life, but after Laura said she had Appalachia in the excuses scenario she said about Capone, Laura's kind of given Claudine Blanchard vibes. Who's that? I don't know who that is, but that's kind of funny. Anybody know who that is? My ex-sister-in-law was the same way. Mega Master, very jealous of me and my brother's relationship. It was very strange. She was also very jealous of my brother and his mom's yeah, that's how she is. I think it happens more often than we think. That's what he told me. He said she's jealous of the relationship that, he has with me and my mom, like all of us, like the three of us. He was jealous of the relationship we all had. And I'm like, I don't even understand that. Like, see, to me, I like would want to, like, for instance, right? My ex-boyfriend, he lived with his mom, right? When we were dating, and he was like really close with his mom. And I love that. Like, I thought that was so good because the guy I dated before him, he was like, had a horrible relationship with his mom. And I actually really liked his mom. But my ex, like, I wanted to be part of that relationship. Like, not part of it, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I liked that he was close with his mom. So I didn't mind his mom. She used to come with us. We would go to, fucking like the beach or something. And she would come hang out with us for the day. Like, I didn't mind his mom hanging out with us. Like, I liked that he was close with his mom because typically it's a good sign that if a guy's close and treats his mother good, then he's probably going to treat you good as well, So, like, for people to fucking be jealous of that, I just can't wrap my brain around it because I'm like, it's not the same relationship. Like, I don't know. I don't know. You know, he even told me that you have to teach her that the love he has for her is different. And I'm like, why do you have to teach her that? That should just go without saying. You know, normal people. Oh my God, this dog just dug up a whole fucking, oh my God, pot on my porch. Motherfucker. He's such a pain in the ass, this dog. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, what do you mean you have to teach her that? She should just know that. That should go without saying that. You know, you have that the love is different, obviously. The love you're going to have for a girlfriend is going to be completely different than the love you have for your mom or your sister. Like, why do you have to teach that to a grown fucking woman who's been married fucking twice already? That doesn't make any sense. I just don't understand it. Maybe not. Just ignore my comment. What comment? I didn't see it. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, is that Gypsy Rose's mom? Who? Who's Gypsy Rose's mom? Oh God, she was psycho. Talk about psychos. A guy's relationship with his mom will reflect how he treats women. Yeah, exactly. You know, like even my husband, he's like so close to his mom, and I love that because, you know, he fucking, I know that he respects women because he respects his mom, respects and values her opinions, you know? I don't, and it's not even like, I get it if like, say you got, like, I dated this one guy who was like, dude, he put the words mama's boy into like a whole another fucking dimension. Okay. Like it was weird, their relationship. Was I jealous of it? No, I just thought it was odd a little bit, you know, like, and I understand in a situation like that where like, you know, a wife might have a problem with an overbearing mother-in-law who's like, you know what I'm saying? Who like comes in and like tries to tell you how to take care of her son, and you know, not even that, maybe sometimes just overtakes your position as a wife and does things that you should be doing for your husband. Like, because there is moms like that out there. Okay. But like, I get that. But my mom wasn't like that at all. You know? So like, I don't even know what her problem was with my mom. They were close and talked on the phone and shit, but not like, my mom wasn't the type of mom to like barge into the house and start like cleaning her kitchen or doing my brother's laundry for him, or you know what I'm saying, where like, okay, something like that could be a little bit overbearing, you know, like that would bother me. I'd be like, okay, you know, like this is my house, don't touch my laundry, like, you know, whatever. Or, you know, I'm married, I get it, like that I could understand, but you know, it's not like that. It was never like that with my mom and my brother. They were just close, as in like they talked a lot, you know, and were had a good relationship. They didn't fight ever, you know, really. So like, you know, somebody comes around and is just jealous of just the fact that you have a close relationship with your mom is fucking weird to me. Sorry, but it just is. You know, I understand like there's the mother-in-laws out there that are totally pushy and like fucking think that they're a third party in your relationship and that shit. Yeah, I totally understand like that, you know. But like even like with me, I'm not like that with my brother. I'm not like fucking pushing my way into his fucking world, you know. It's just I would like to have a relationship with him, you know. That's all. Like just talk on the phone with him, but I couldn't even do that. It's fucking weird, dude. Anyway, all right. I am gonna end this because I gotta get off here. It's like 1:30 and I got things to do. Um, and what's today? Tuesday? Right? Tuesday? I don't know. I'll be back sometime this week hanging with you guys. Uh I gotta go remake something and I think that's it. I gotta go remake that thing, but keep your guys' eyes open. I will be updating the website at some point in time. But uh I'll be back. I'll be back some point. My mother-in-law is an angel. So is mine. She really is. She's a great person. All right, guys. I'm out. I'll see you guys sometime this week. I'll try to pop back in during the week and chat. We'll chat. All right. All right. Goodbye. Adios.